Hello and welcome, DPL fans. Go ahead and link the stream. Today it's just me for now. Hopefully someone will join, but yeah, it'll be a lot of talking for me. That's for sure. Link here. If you want to catch these streams live, by the way, if you're just watching the VOD, join my Discord down below. That's where I'm linking all the stuff. I just woke up, man. DPL uploads. Boom. What's up, Soul Tech? How are we doing today? Grind don't stop. Something like that, yeah. I mean, this week was kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Some really good games. Especially like late in the week. Black coffee. I don't drink coffee. It's just water. Why are the draft numbers not included in the ZFG DUI matchups? Because I did them. Because no one else did. And it does not matter. Water's all we need. Yeah, just like Keldeo, huh? Let's see, I guess do a brief introduction, right? BRB just spoiling all the first week stuff. But Pokemon stats. There's some interesting stuff to look at here. So like Alomomola, number 1 in SV. Shout out to Owen. Kind of crazy, right? Will ZFG blow another 4-2 lead? Spoiler alert. I mean, who's to say, right? Some interesting stuff you can see from looking at the stats, right? Aloe at number 1. I mean, partially, this LoqP is good players using it, you know what I mean? But also 13 and 2 is kind of crazy, no? So definitely underpriced on our board. Torrent, really fantastic record. Nailscrot as well. I mean, these are like the fast pivots of like the tier. You could say Greninja has probably fallen off as like definitely the third in terms of like fast pivots like that. Petrarun up here, no surprise, right? Raging Bolt. And you see a lot of dragons right here. A lot of dragons. I think low-key this might be because a lot of the fairy types that were popular in previous seasons are not so much popular anymore. Like if you look at the SV draft board, look at all the fairies, right? Like the main dragon checks. Like, obviously, Iron Valiant's going to be taken all the time. Enam. Where's Enam? It's somewhere here. Enamorous. 3 out of 4 times. Then you look at, like, Zero, Clefable. Only 1 Primarina is really big for these dragon types, I think. No Screamtails. There's 4 Tinkatons, but Tinkaton is actually not that great of a dragon check. Just because it's so weak to earthquakes most of the time. 0 Hatterines as well. Stuff like this really helps these dragon types shine, I think. Good morning, everybody. Central, Ultraviolet, Tidal. The Wagen fruit in here. But yeah, I think all that combined really means that these dragon types can really pop off. Like, you don't see a lot of these like mid-tier fairy types. And you know, when we did see Primarina, went 4-1. Pretty good stuff, right? If you look at Swish, Torrent, any haters in the chat? Any Torrent haters? Well, where are you now? Torrent had an undefeated regular season, which is crazy. I don't think any Pokemon has ever like done that and like be part of all 3 teams, right? So 3 undefeated Torrent drafts. kind of crazy because going into the auction, the sentiment around Torrent was very negative. It was like people were saying it's like 5th best in the format, which is a little disrespectful. So I know we got it like pick 4 or 5 on our team, and like, hey, I'll take it, right? This was Torn season, yeah. I feel like Torn definitely had some plot armor games for sure, but 11-0 is 11-0. And then if you look at the old gens, you see there's the same mon at the top of both. Zapdos. Number 1 in Usum, number 1 in Oras. Kinda crazy. Genuinely surprised Iron Bell is that low. It's definitely unusual for Valiant to be quite that low, but also there is the natural variance of just mons. It's not the craziest thing ever. It's still like the best Pokemon in the format, I think. Classic Zapdos, yeah. An interesting thing to note is that in Oras, the top 2 Pokemon are just the best 2 defoggers. The Lotties are not far behind. Mega Blastoise is up here. A lot of emphasis on removal. Starmie as well, a strong performer. Donphan went positive. So a lot of stuff. Chansey as well, undefeated. Shout out. Usum, you see a lot of electrics in the top. Coco up here. But mostly Zera and Zapdos are the ones to look at. Zygarde positive as usual. And then Mew going 6-1 is really fantastic for Mew. Anyways, I think that's enough of an intro here. Got some people in the chat. We can start looking at the games. So this is going to be the first series. We are between Alio, which is going to be Kyle, and this is Pardon the Eruption. Slick Panther going for a smoke. Who would you say is the best Terramon in Paldea at the moment, and which Terra Captains are rising? Torrent is definitely just the best Terramon, in my opinion. I think it's probably the secret's out that Hydrapple is the rising star, in my opinion. And of course Scovillain, right? Is Mega Pidgeot just the Fire iPro team? Yeah. Yeah, iPro's the only one with Mega Pidgeot this season, I'm pretty sure. Iron Hands is next? No. Oh, we saw a lot of Iron Hands in World Cup, and I honestly was not that impressed. Why did Kyle bring an empty spot between Abomasnow and Tigaton? There's nobody there. If you look very carefully, you'll see a Greninja hiding. You have to look really carefully, though. God, we get Scrappy Gaming later? Yes, we do. Scrap Sanity, some might say. Kelda's next? Yeah, I really do like Keldeo as a Terra Captain, to be honest. I think it's actually very strong. Has legs to stand on, all that stuff. Urshifu or Keldeo? That's a tough one, right? Keldeo definitely for like set variety. And like, you know, spec sets are better than banded Urshifu sets. But Urshifu is a lot better at like the setup bulky sets. Keldeo, Calm Mind is a little bit slow to set up compared to Swords Dance, and you don't have that Drain Punch recovery. So they're better at different things, but I think overall I prefer Keldeo. Especially considering it's cheaper. Keldeo has 4 legs while she has 2. Clear answer, yeah. In that case, I'm investing in Terra Araquanid. Araquanid, low-key, kind of fire. I think that's a very underrated mon. Good call. Yeah. Anyways, these two teams, this series doesn't matter too much, I'll be honest. PTE are locked for the first seed. Or like, yeah, they're pretty much locked first seed. And Kyle's team, the Balio World Tour, are out of playoffs already going into this. They've had a pretty tragic season overall. So, not a whole lot of stakes, but still some good games. I think Tatsugiri is the next big thing. Harder to spin block than some of the top tier spinners. So true. Terra Water Araquanid hits like a truck with water bubble boost. Yeah. For sure. Didn't AML draft that shit once? Probably. I mean, Amo also drafted, what's it, Oshawott? And he swept someone with it, so that's just Amo. Imagine if Defog was distributed in Gen 9. Yeah, I mean, there's very few defoggers, and the ones that do exist are actually quite good for that reason, right? Spin block plus hazard stack is like so common right now that any defog users are definitely poised to rise up. Anyways, let's take a look at the Terra types. We see Fairy Moth, Electric Sinistra. On the other side, we see Fighting Boulder and Ghost on the Thunderous. Hydra's also next. Secondary Terratatsu stocks up. Is it really? I mean, water types in general, I found like spamming really strong water moves has been pretty common for like Keldeo. And if he can do it, anyone can do it, right? Alright, trap lead into Blastoise. So lead means it doesn't have to be boots, it can be anything really, but 28. So AV Blastoise gets the flip turn, breaks the shell into what? Iron Boulder comes in. We see no leftovers, so still not sure what this Terrapagos item is going to be. We see an immediate close combat into the Sinistra switch as Thunders comes in on the Nasty Plot. So this is Terra Electric, so it can just flip this matchup here and set up a Trick Room. So offensive Trick Room Sinistra. Then he takes one, but barely. And now Tinkaton comes in. Gonna have to take a really big Shadow Ball here. 63. And Light Screen goes up. You think the bulky waters this gen stink, so fire and water spam have looked really strong lately? I agree with that. Yeah, 100%. Which one do you think will get unbanned for next DPL? Do you think Spectrier is broken? We're never unbanning Spectrier, sorry. And like unbanned Pokemon, I'm usually on the side of I'll ban more Pokemon for a generally slightly lower power level compared to, you know, some people who just love to unban Zamazenta every 6 months. You know who you are. But yeah. This drop is actually a little unfortunate because with the light screen up, it would have been able to take the next one, but now it can't. So forces a Thunderous Sack when maybe the Tinkaton could have stayed in if that drop did not happen, but oh well. Now a Bomb Snow comes in. Under Trick Room it should be slower than this Sinistra. So it just goes for an Earth Power, but Balloon Iron Moth. Can you believe it, folks? Able to take that Earth Power, does nothing, and that was the last turn of Trick Room. And then we double Piloswine. But with the light screen, the Bombasnow is willing to stay in. Interesting. So Piloswine comes in on the Blizzard, critical hit, but going to be forced out by the threat of Grass move here. Goes back into the Iron Moth. We see, does the light screen wear off? Is it Light Clay? It is not Light Clay. Now Blastoise can come in. This is AV we saw earlier. And another flip turn. Empoleon in. That allows Tinkaton in for either rocks or another screen set. Probably rocks. Yep, there's the rocks. As Surf comes out, doesn't KO the Tinkaton. Now Terrapagos in. It is Boots. And gets the spin KO. And Iron Boulder comes into Revenge. It's faster than +1 speed Terrapagos, so this is very bulky. I think he was just trying to sack this low-key, because like, where's the fighting resist? He already teared his Sinistra. You can't switch into Iron Moth. This feels like a greedy SD, but I guess there's light screen up. May as well go for it now. The question is, are you forced out immediately? Oh, Empoleon comes in. Shopple? Well, you just die. I guess so it's not Scarf Roaring Moon? Yeah, it looks like it's not Scarf Roaring Moon. So he just doesn't have anything for +2 Boulder. Alright, fair enough. How do you feel about allowing legendaries like Necrozma, Dawnwings, Lugia, Solgaleo? I'm not gonna do it. Like, I don't like these, I call them pseudo-Ubers leagues, where they like allow the borderline stuff. I don't like that. Anyways, sweeps from the Iron Boulder. I mean, Terra Fighting just looks so strong into this. Really nothing that he could have done in the first place, if I'm being for real. Maybe just bring a different Pokemon, but I don't know what was on the bench. That was pretty rough. Alright, next up we have Wagen Fruit versus Olivia. So Wagen Fruit on the side of Pardon the Eruption, Olivia on Balio World Tour. Do you think Terra Bundle could get unbanned? No. Feel like the most realistic unban. We've seen it in DGBA a few times, I'm pretty sure, and it has looked broken every time they allow it. It looked broken in DPL when we had it the first season. Yeah, Terra Bundle is way too strong. It's already like a polarizing mon in matchups where it forces like Spidef AVs on the regular without Terra. So when you add Terra into the equation, it's definitely more so on the broken side. Probably wouldn't have Terra'd my fighting immune. Who's to say? Who's to say? I'd keep it banned to be fair, but it's closer than like Lugia. Maybe. I mean, you're comparing like a Pokemon that should be banned to a Pokemon that should be banned. Like, you know what I mean? They should just both remain banned in my opinion. There's this matchup. We see, I mean, so, oh, good morning, J. Ricky. Yes, so Balio has like multiple Gouging Fires, multiple Enams. They like these two Pokemon, but here, I mean, Enam has to deal with Jirachi, Avitorn, Tentacruel. Like, it's kind of rough. Then Gouging Fires to worry about Ting-Lu and Terrakion. These are kind of rough matchups. Empoleon, a great bundle check, but if it has Terra Fighting Bundle is an option. Bundle is crazy, especially if it lands as Hydros. Well, the main problem with Bundle is that there's so few like natural checks to it, where there's also no good Terra type into it, because Hydro Pump, Freeze Dry, Ice Beam is just pretty much perfect coverage versus the vast majority of things. Why did you eat Blitz's gherkins? Some questions that need to be answered here. How do you feel about Terra Latios? Broken. I remember it was allowed in Winter Seasonal before. Yeah, I think it's just, it's kind of like Terra Zarude, but faster, better setup, all that stuff. Better coverage as well. The stupid part about bundles that it requires 0 skill, you gotta at least think of Terra Gouging or Terra Sneasler sets, but bundle can be Terra Water Specs in any given matchup. Yeah, that's what we saw a lot when it was allowed. You just spam Terra Water, Terra Blast, and you can't even miss Hydro Pump anymore. Terra Latios is broken even in national decks. Yeah, I mean the main thing with Terra Latios is that it's like, it doesn't have any way to stop like Toxic. But so few Pokemon in SD get Toxic, where it's like, it's just broken. The Double Dance sets are really broken as well. It's our early stream. See Terra Discourse, free Terra Lecky. No. Belly Bolt season. Is it Belly Bolt season? I feel like it's not Belly Bolt season. Terra Mesprit has seen some pretty good games, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get into the game. Terra types, we see Ground Torn, and we see Ghost Enam. Secondary Terras. I mean, maybe Terrakion's the secondary Terra, but I think the Torn's just gonna tear it. Alright. Gouging Fire lead, attack booster. We see the immediate Terra into U-turn. Into Ting-Lu, alright? And a Flame Charge, we see Helmet. We do see Helmet, so it's gonna be a physically defensive Ting-Lu, designed to check this Gouging Fire. Another Helmet hit, but Breaking Swipe is going to mean that Earthquake is not exactly killing this. So just going to take the opportunity to set rocks and probably Whirlwind this out. So you have Flare Blitz and Gouging Fire's at 52 with rocks up. So, and Tentacle can't really spin versus Ting-Lu very easily, especially because it's Helmet. So we're going to see a flip turn, but until this spin goes off, Gouging Fire is coming in at 27. And I mean the game plan is kind of like you weaken Ting-Lu with it, and then Darkrai becomes a little bit better, which, like, to be fair, accomplished the goal, so can't be too mad about it. Wouldn't it be cool if Gouging got DD so we wouldn't have to run Flame Charge? That would be pretty awesome, yeah. Encore is the best friend versus these mons. Latias is just faster, so it's a bit harder. Exactly, yeah. We see a Life Orb physical Lando, able to do a lot of damage to what I assume to be an AV Torn. Now Tarak comes in off the U-turn, goes for Stone Edge and misses the Metagross, unfortunate. And Tinglu is going to be the sack here as rocks go up, so actual free rocks, but then a Reflect as well. So, and Light Screen, so we're using a lot of health on Metagross for this to set screens. We could have taken the KO and Metagross be at like 70%, but instead we've used the whole HP to get these screens up. Now, we have to justify this by getting a lot done. Now, Gouging Fire comes in, goes for a Flame Charge, but gets T-Waved. Jirachi back up to full, goes for another Wish, and gets crit by Flare Blitz. Okay, sure. Crit mattered, definitely, based on the Flame Charge damage. But now, Dragonite gets a free DD with a Wish in the air, so even if the Lando did go for like a Rock Slide, Dragonite would be back up to full HP, so Sub is actually really nice here. Allows the Lando to actually break the multi-scale. And now, it's going to go down to a Scale Shot. So now this Dragonite is +2 speed. The Metagross is low. What can take a hit? Enam, maybe? It goes for the Terra Ghost and endures. Wagen calls the Terra correctly, but the Endure, gonna put it in Custap range, you have to assume. And Ghost makes you immune to E-Speed, so yeah, Custap Enam is able to check the Dragonite. Where's the Wish in the air? I can't believe L5 lied. It was there, you just can't see it. You just have to believe. Which AI chat box did Olivia use this week? Come on. I feel like you really reacted to this game on the last Pick'em stream. Yeah. I think so. Could really use a Wish right now. Tarak comes in. Metagross in to force the -1. So that Darkrai can threaten a KO with Psychic. No Psychic resist anymore. But, oh, it's Chople into Scarf Tarak. Able to live that and goes for a Psyshock. Knocks this out. And now it's Tentacruel and Torn T. Tentacruel can take one, goes for a flip turn, and now it's Tentacruel versus Tentacruel and Torn, but the Torn is Terra Ground. Does it have Terra Blast? It does. But that's AV Tentacruel with Icy Wind. But I think you just reset the speed drop, sack your own Tentacruel. But lives the flip turn, so a Rapid Spin KO. Now the Tentacruel is faster, but with the regen, I don't think Tentacruel can knock out a Torn at 94. Yeah. And that's going to be the game. Yeah. Some cool text from Olivia. Obviously the Custap Enam able to save the game versus the Dragonite. But in the end, Torn was inevitable. Classic Tentacruel, yeah. So true. So now this is what? 1-1 for the series? Yes. Tentacruel 1, let's go. A little bit forced, but yeah, in a Tentacruel mirror. Good job, Tentacruel, spinning after every other Mon has died. Yep. Any other water type won that? Yo, Keldeo in that position? LoqP? Alright, we see an Oras game between Josh, Joshua Watt, Ace Trainer Josh, all his aliases, versus Professor Chipboard. Now, Chipboard is coming off of a pretty good DCL run, as well as last DPL he did pretty well. This DPL he's definitely struggling a little bit more. I think he's like 2-4 going into this game. But Josh has been on an absolute tear, 6-0 going into this game. So he's going for the first undefeated regular season of all time in DPL. 9 seasons in, we've never seen a 7-0 regular season before. So this could be history, folks. Both Tentacruels tossed that endgame when Wagons lived the flip turn and then Olivia's didn't kill. So true. Mecha Bayonet stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Ghost Resist, it's just Sneasler. Or not, I keep saying Sneasler. Sneasel. So not exactly the bulkiest Shadow Claw answers. Then Shadow Sneak, able to threaten quite a lot of revenge KOs. Big Sneasel, yep. So yeah, like, Bayonet looks pretty good. Let's get into the game. Blastoise leads off into the Bayonet. Forces us out with a threat of Dark Pulse as Blastoise comes in on the Blastoise. A critical hit does 44, which makes me think this is probably AV. No, it's just max Spadef and probably a bulkier Mega Blastoise then. If Dark Pulse crit is only doing 44, yeah, I don't think that's max special attack. Probably bulky to trade favorably into stuff like Kyurem, the Metagross, and Nidoking. Yeah, Dark Pulse for 46, and yeah, Earth Power only does 45, so it gets the spin off. And now, probably just going to trade HP, go for like an Ice Beam, yeah. So if Josh wins, he makes DPL history? Yes, exactly, J. Ricky. So Blastoise trades with Nidoking and crucially prevents rocks from going up. This is going to be really big for the Zapdos and the Sneasel. Thundy comes out to revenge. T-Bolts into Clef. Do we see a Flash Cannon? Do we see Nasty Plot? Taunt. Okay, so that's going to be the prep chosen for Clefable. Now Zapdos comes in on this Thunderbolt. 51 though. Potential 2-hit KO. I guess he just didn't calc that. Or maybe that's a max roll. Doesn't want to risk the next one. Pivots to Garchomp. Dragon Claw reveals Scarf. Does a little bit of damage, but HP Ice going to chunk this Garchomp quite a lot. Puts it in Shadow Sneak range. Bullet Punch range. All that stuff. Yeah, 51 is crazy. Now it doubles out expecting the Metagross here. As Blastoise comes in, so this worked out for Josh for sure. Not sure what the Blastoise was really expecting, but regardless, goes to Kyurem here on the T-Bolt, and Ancient Power does 43%. Really dangerous to roost this off because a boost is just low-key game losing at this point. Goes for it again, and yeah, you just have to go for the Dragon Claw. Knocks out the Zapdos, and Jirachi comes in. So Dragon Claw kind of reveals the full set on Kyurem. You're going to have Shadow Claw for the Jirachi, and you're going to have Fusion Bolt probably for the Blastoise, maybe Iron Head for Clefable, but those are the only real options for this Kyurem. Jirachi comes in, Calm Minds on the switch out, and now Psychic going to put this Blastoise very low as a Yawn comes out, forcing this out. Now Clefable comes in to try to get rocks up. We see a Seismic Toss, and then this was weird, I think. The Blastoise switching out of Clef, I think you definitely could have yawned and then spin the next turn. I mean, the problem is Garchomp can come in and rough skin you to prevent the spin, so it's like a little bit dangerous, but also you get rid of Garchomp, right? Which is good. Like, potentially, if you predict that. Now, rocks up to stay, and that's going to be a big deal for the Kyurem and the Thundurus. Now that was crazy, right? We reveal Life Orb Metagross as we Meteor Mash and the Blastoise gets sacked off. Now, if you look at this endgame, right? Metagross kind of just kills everything, right? If it has Bullet Punch, it KOs Sneasler from full, it Meteor Mashes Clef, it Bullet Punches Garchomp. It's only Jirachi that Chipboard has to worry about. And you have a Blastoise sacked to rocks right now. But instead we take huge chip on our Metagross. Earthquake doesn't KO. It's a Citrus Jirachi. And we sack our Metagross. I don't get it. He's really attached to that Blastoise. That's his starter. He has that special bond. Sacking Meta versus Scarf Garchomp seems a bit dangerous when we could stack Stoice. Yeah, it revealed after the game that it didn't have Bullet Punch, but still, like, the Dragon Claw resist was important, the Clefable check was important, it can take a hit from Sneasel, kill back. Yeah, I know it didn't. But, like, watching the game, that's what you're thinking, right? That's what Josh was thinking. Josh was thinking, I just lose to this thing. But, yeah. Clefable is sacked off to the Bayonet, sneak into Gunk is enough to KO. And now here, this is a really pivotal turn, right? Because Bayonet The Shadow Sneak is basically game over. Sneasel's the only thing that can take a hit. So again, all you really have to do is get through the Sneasel. But Sneasel itself looks really strong as well, right? Kyurem dies, Thundurus dies, Bayonet? Maybe Bayonet's the only thing that can stop this with a Will-O-Wisp. Life Orb, no pull-up punch, alrighty. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what the idea was there, but yeah. We see a Will-O-Wisp as Sneasel gets burned, but it's a Lumberry with Foul Play. And that's going to be it. Kyurem comes in, but it's Custap Kyurem. Surprise KOs the Sneasel. There is definitely an out here if you sack Blastoise, go Kyurem, and then Josh stays in on the Custap. That would have been game winning with a Shadow Sneak cleanup. But again, he just doesn't go for it. As he didn't expect the Lum, which is kind of fair enough, you know? Lum Foul Play, pretty specific prep. Yeah, it's just going to lead to a Scarf Garchomp sweep, and of course the Blastoise, last Pokemon to go down. That's going to be the game, and Josh makes history going 7-0 in the regular season. Really fantastic performance from him this whole regular season. But yeah, it came down to the wire in this last game. He would need to call the no pursuit to win there. Yeah, Josh plot armor. A little bit, yeah. He's had some plot armor games, but he's also had really well played games as well. So, credit to him. Really good accomplishment. Right, so now that's 3-0 for PTE. And now we're going into game 4 with Vholtninja versus PZZ. Player forgets about Trick GG. Yeah, that one's the most egregious one for sure. But yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. There we go. Alright. Shout out Dino. Yep. The game that got someone dropped at mids. Yep. Poor Takua. W-Mans though, undefeated. Yeah. Never done before. Like, it cannot be overstated how hard that is to do. Go 7-0 in DPL. Or DCL. Or anything really. Anyways, this game. Swish Coco Mirror. Alright, let's get into it. Onkelder leads off into the Latios. Forced out into the G-King. On Psyshock, 41%. I'm not really too sure on these sets. Just stays into Psyshock again. Coco comes in, takes 75, doesn't want to risk Scarf right now. And another Psyshock comes out. This Latios is getting a lot of chip damage on everything. Switches to Rhyperior on a Trick Room turn. A lot is happening early game here. Josh who? Josh Cuddy? Can't recall. No, Joshua Watt. Ace Trainer Josh. Skarm comes in, Melmetal comes in, Swampert comes in, a lot of switches here on the Thunder Punch. Now Lottie comes in on the Swampert as rocks go up. Do we see a Defog? Probably not, right? With a Blastoise on the team. If you want removal, it would be Spin. And Psyshock gonna 2-hit KO here. Now you see this, you're thinking, is it choiced Lottie? No, an Ice Beam comes out on the Skarm, but it gets Toxiced in return. Coco comes in on the Roost. Who do you think will meet you in finals? I mean, if you're a betting man, it should probably be ZFG versus Pardon the Eruption in finals. That's what we're expecting, but anyone can win, right? The first seed curse does exist for a reason. What was benched? That beam was for. There's a Hydreigon on this team, right? No, they have two very similar teams. One of them has a Hydreigon. I don't think this one does. I don't know. Ice Beams for something. Looks like Soldu Modest. Hydreigon in both. Okay, so it's Hydreigon and something else. Probably like a low point Mon, if I'm looking at it. Because this is a lot of points. There's a Roost does come out. Coco comes in for free. And Slowking going to be the pivot in as a Calm Mind gets clicked. Another Calm Mind. We see a Trick Room. Notice Coco's very slow. It's a weakness policy on Life Orb Slowking, and the stored power just going to knock it out. So it takes the trade, but now Trick Room's up, so Coco not exactly poised to sweep anytime soon. Drifblim comes in on the Earthquake. Good play. Now Skarm comes in on the Strength Sap, so Drifblim goes up to full, but the threat of Toxic is going to be realized here, and the Drifblim is put on a timer. Now Rhyperior, the switch in to Skarm, feels a little bit hopeful, right? Gets Rocks up at least, but gonna take a poison for it. Now what? Goes for a Smackdown. Okay, fair enough. As Body Press does pretty reasonable damage, and now an Earthquake is pretty threatening, but you have a full HP Swampert, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, 35. Come on. Can just go for a flip turn here pretty freely. As Coco comes in on a sack. Yeah, does just go down. Now Blacephalon in, and Blacephalon's looking really dangerous here. Right, Blastoise the only thing really that can stop it. And you have Conkeldurr to come in on that. Goes for an Aqua Jet. I'm not really sure why Aqua Jet was the click there. You were clearly forcing out the Blacef, and if it stays in, you may as well just like surf it and one-shot it. Either way, knock off the Latios on the switch, good play. Now Melmetal comes in, and Swampert able to switch in on that. It's actually faster Melmetal, like NASCAR actually, but the slow flip turn does go off for the Swampert no flinch. Now Blacephalon in, you can just go for a fire move here, but goes for a Shadow Wall predicting the Blastoise to want to come in. I mean, Drifblim sack is not going to make a difference either way, and now Blastoise comes in, have a Swampert to sack, but a Shell Smash on this turn, going to be a really big play. Aqua Jet to deal with any like Custap Berry, and now Conkeldurr comes in. You see a Surf, but it's AV Conk, able to take that, Drain Punch it all back, and Blastoise goes down. Melmetal comes in. Yeah, we saw it was faster than the Swampert, so probably going to be faster than Conk as well. Double Iron Bash just knocks it out from there. Mach Punch gets a crit though, but I don't think that crit mattered because Flamethrower Blacephalon is just going to sweep this endgame. And now Vholtninja taking the game brings the series to a 4-0. Alright, we see a Custap Rhyperior. That was cute, but Skarmory gonna pack this one up with a Body Press. No problem. 3-1. Oh right, Kyle won. My bad. Yes, Kyle, my bad. my bad. Sorry, 3-1. 3-1. Second Custap of the day. Yeah, shout out Addison. Alright, so now we have Dackt versus Subzero. Yeah, actually bouldered. Are we keeping track of citrus berries today? I mean, J Ricky's in the chat. I'm sure he's well aware. Skip this game, dude. I can't. I'm legally required. Take a look at these Terra types. We see Fire Zarude, Electric Conk. On the other side, it's going to be Dragon Aloe, Flying Chi-Yu. Played on 0.5 speed. For real. We're going to switch sides for continuity.
Hello.
Oh, who's this?
It is Slick. What's up, man?
What's up?
I just said it up and I said it in your chat, but you might miss it. But
Yeah, welcome to the stream. This is great. I don't have to talk the whole time now. This is so epic.
Yeah, I know. I saw your going solo. It's like, let me blend it in.
Yeah, you sound a little bit loud to me, so I'm gonna bring you down a little bit.
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
Alright, we should be good. Alright. So how about that game, huh? Iron Boulder. Kinda crazy.
Oh, bro. Yeah. Oh, that was a rough one. That was a rough matchup, but I mean, I think both teams were just not giving full effort that week, really, because neither of us really had much to play for. So
yeah, the ZFG series is pretty similar.
yeah. It's alright. We lock in for playoffs.
Turn him up. I can almost hear you. Thank you, J Ricky. Where would I be without you? Terrachiyu plus Aloe, love me dual fish, use it in BBL. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple pairing, right? You flip turn on things and you get Specs overheats off cooldown. Like, Aloe is probably the best facilitator in in the tier right now.
Yeah.
Slick was trying so hard, don't listen to him.
No,
So
I was.
true. Yeah. This is not good for the DFL data. Dackt. Yeah. Alright. We see a Aloe lead into Cinderace. Guys. Dackt, would you like to explain this one for the folks at home? Electro Ball to do 28.
Yeah, this was
So it's 80
something.
Aloe basically, which makes sense into Goldango. Like, you don't have another like great answer to Goldango. It's like Iron Treads, sure, but Shadow Ball's doing a lot to that thing. You calced max speed and
There might have been something on the bench as well that we had AV for, but I could be wrong. But I'm
Is
not
this, like-
entirely sure.
if you're saying you calced speed, is this spec Cinderace? Like, no way, right? I guess we get to find out here. Knockoff KOs it, and it's Expert Belt. Alright, sure. It's Mixed E-Belt, yeah. Non-max speed Cinder is diabolical with that set. For real, for real. Okay, Zarude finds his way in, and Iron Hand's going to be the answer. We see a Rocky Helmet. Pretty standard stuff. And a Whirlwind into Goldango. So Dackt gets that play right. And then doubles to Latios on the Aloe. So potentially a free setup turn. And we do see an Agility on the flip turn. But now Treads comes in. See another Agility. He's getting so fast right now. But Heavy Slam is a 2-hit KO. You don't have time to set it up like this. And Surf does 36%. Now, I don't mean to be a spoiler or anything, but 36 is the highest number that we're going to see out of a Dackt Pokemon in this whole game.
Bro, that's not... Oh, there's no need for that. Like...
Yeah. Hands comes in on Drain Punch, 23. Earthquake, 34. We see a rest. This is like fully fizzed up Iron Hands. See a double to Uxie, so nice Goldango entry point, but a Focus Blast for 13. And now we go Aloe on the next Focus Blast, 18. Are you sure this has speed EVs? I'm pretty sure it's just Spadef AV. I'm like so sure of it. Now Chi-Yu gets a free switch in on the Goldango. See a Terra flying just to cover like Auga Berry into Focus Blast. Now Zarude comes in. Iron Hands again gonna come in as SD Zarude. We see another SD getting a little bit greedy as Sleep Talk Whirlwind comes out.
This was a set, certainly.
That's tough, buddy. Okay, so if he didn't get Whirl there. Yep. Could have auto won. However, comma. Earthquake does 35. Sleep Talk's another Whirlwind into Lando. Probably just going to see Uxie come in. No, Aloe, same thing. 30. So no attack EVs anywhere on this guy's team, for sure. We get a para, but no second para, so flip turn does go out, chunks the Lando quite heavily. And now Meowscarada just clicks triple axle. It's a KO at this point. Now what? Zarude comes in. It is Terrifier, so can get an SD opportunity here. Now Uxie's going to be the switch in, but it's actually Scarf Encore, so like LMFAO, you know what I mean? When Aloe outdamages all your mons, it's time to pack it up. On God. On God. So this is going to be 4-1 for the series. And now PTE cannot lose anymore. I mean, no one expected to lose.
Yeah, we locked up
anyways.
the first seed with that game as well,
Yeah.
which was good.
I don't know. Have you ever heard of the first seed curse? Let me just plant that in your mind real quick.
I'm just saying the last couple of the few team tours I've won them as the first seed, so
Not
I don't
DPL.
believe in that.
Everywhere else it's
Hey,
fine,
man.
but here is just cursed.
We'll see. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I feel it, actually. If I'm depressed by the end of this week, then you'll know.
If you start the series 03,
just
like,
pack it
damn,
up,
it might
yeah.
be real. It might be real, folks. All right, so this is a cool game. This is actually on the thumbnail, partially. This Weavile from Tidal kind of goes stupid, I'm not gonna lie. And this is versus Undead. It just sucks your soul out of your body. So true. I'm retired to cope with my season. No. Game of the week right up next. Guys, look. Title ownage. If Josh is the first 7-0, the first seed curse can be cured. I mean, if there's anyone that can be an antidote, it might be Josh. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He's kind of him this season.
I've actually never seen someone have more plot armor ever.
Actually, yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Low-key, Torn T might have better plot armor. But no. They just both have plot armor, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, Josh and his Zapdos is like a close second at the very least.
But
Like...
that Suicune was plot armor for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That was the most crazy plot armor of all time. Alright, but anyways, Undead versus Tidal. Let's get into it. Tangle leads off into the Steelix, so free rocks. Yep. Skarm comes in, I assume, to trade hazards. Yeah, Spike goes up as Smackdown. But low-key, how much is Earthquake really gonna do? We see Pex come in, and that does 36%. Yeah, typical stuff. We see a T-Spike go up, there's no grounded poison that I can see, so T-Spike does look pretty free, and you can recover the next turn, no problem. I think Josh would need someone to break into his house and hold him hostage mid-game to lose. Just cut his internet lines. Or for someone to remember
yeah.
Trick, that might do it. That would also do it for sure. Anyways.
That might do the trick.
Yeah. That's old news. Alright. We see Surf Pex, which is like, wow, is this SV? No. He just doesn't
I don't know what that was for, I'm being honest.
He doesn't want to burn Zapdos and then not be able to toxic
yeah.
it. So you see Surf,
Yeah.
you know it's going to be toxic instead of Haze. As Tangela comes in on the HP... The HP what? What were we HPing?
Ground?
HP Ground predicting Diancie or Zera?
Zera? I mean, that
I guess.
probably is... Yeah.
Yeah. You see a toxic trade. Probably favors Undead there. You like the Zapdos to be toxic. And Tangela being toxic, not the end of the world. But here we see a Gigavolt Havoc into the Diancie. Brings it low as rocks go up, but can just Mega Evolve next turn. Go for like a Diamond Storm. Goes for a Protect instead though. Does this mean you don't have rock coverage? Because if you have rock coverage, you definitely just click it there. There's no downside. So maybe it's Moonblast, Earth Power, Protect.
It must have been.
What's Protect even for though? I guess T-Spike synergy, but like,
yeah,
this is Zapdos. You should probably just pack rock coverage, right?
Maybe Scouting Scarf on Garchomp as well or something. I say this like I don't know. I say this like I don't know I was on the team, but like, bro, like, I don't know anyone's build this week. I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just for the T-Spike damage, right?
Yeah.
Because this whole team is built around T-Spikes, toxic stalling, all that stuff. Didn't feel like blocking the Z move, so true. So now Chomp comes in on Zeraora, and Undead just has a stroke or something. Just sacks the Zera for fun. That was awesome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Skarm comes in. Zapdos, but another layer goes up, so pretty much max hazards are up. And this Zapdos doesn't have Defog, it's revealed all 4. Roost up to full, but Spiritomb in. You see Pex come in as well. On the Toxic, okay. And now what? Do we see like a T-Bolt here? No, another Roost. Get the Zapdos back up to full.
I'd love if we had our Zeraora still at this point.
Yeah. Well, right now it's like whatever. But in like maybe 3 turns, you're gonna want it really bad.
A couple minutes, yeah.
There's the defog from the Whimsicott, so it gets rid of all of those hazards. Now, the problem is, right, the rocker is dead. So, the only one able to get up hazards right now is Undead. And he's going to take this as an opportunity to get T-Spikes up, surely. As Weavile comes in. It just goes for the raw SD. And we do see Toxic as the last move on Pex, but a Lumberry Weavile. Alright, so we get +2. Now what? We see a Taunt. And now...
It's a cool set. This was a cool set.
Yeah, this Weavile is max HP, so Surf does 18%, and we get +6. I mean, Knockoff's just going to kill Spiritomb at +6. And that's going to be the game.
I think this is where it might be Joe.
Yeah, could have used a Zero Aura now, huh?
Yeah, I would have liked if we had that Zero Aura still.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Would be so cool if that Pex had Scald now, on God. Shout out to Sammy C innovating ST Taunt Weavile to beat Pex week 1. Yep. Wow, this guy must be better than Gren. Yeah, Gren could never do this, to be honest. Weavile is just better Gren in every single way, shape, and form. Yeah, shout out A12, by the way. Alright, so that's what now? 4-2 as the series?
Yes, yeah.
That's why Mental Herb Pex is the truth. So true. Actually true, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, Hunter's the Infected versus Hacker. If Zero Aura is around, that could have given Tailwind modest specs explode kills. Yeah. But still, could have used that. Alright. Let's see. Terra types here. We have Terra Ground, Zarude, and Terra Electric on the Torn. Let's get into it. Muck leads off into the Ting
Don't forget
Lu.
the Ice Dawn fan.
I will forget the Ice Dawn fan. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
So, bad lead for Hunter. Probably going to see a hazard go up. We see red card Ting Lu, so that kind of implies dual hazard lead. Big Earthquake on the Muck. Gets it chipped. This is pretty important for the Gouging Fire, right? You need Muck chipped for that to do damage. And you also need Donphan chipped. So it gets a little bit of chip on both of them, actually. And now it goes to Bramblegast to spin block. You kind of have to make that play to justify the dual hazard lead Ting Lu. Now Bramblegast going to go for a spin itself, right? Get rid of the T-Spike. And I don't know if this spin was really worth it, necessarily. Because, like, what actually is hit by T-Spike right now? Maybe if you're not boots on gouge?
I was going to say, I must have been not boots gouging and Keldeo as well, but...
Alright, fair enough, I guess. His Rocks go up. And now Donphan comes in again. And now you have to just sack Bramblegast, which kind of sucks. It's like the most obvious move in the world, but you have to make it. Now Keld comes in. Tinkaton gonna come in. This is surely 2-hit KO'd, right? Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
I think it
so.
might be.
Yeah.
Also, is it just me? Or is it like Latios just feels less bulky, even in the same matchups it used to have? Like, this is Specs Keldeo. We've seen Latios checking Spec Keldeo for years, but you get to SV and it feels like it can't do it anymore.
It just does less. Keldeo just does more.
It does more for no reason. I can't explain it.
Yeah.
Like, literally, I was watching this game live and I was thinking that. Alright, so it's Trick Scarf. Hold up. That was a Scarf Tinkaton, folks. So we see a Scarf tricked away for a Scarf. So this tells you it's going to be Scarf Encore as, like, your Zarude check. Sure, man. Doubles to Keldeo on the Muck. Does it KO from here? Maybe it does. And you get, like, Surf does 37. It wouldn't do that in Oras.
Yeah, that would have done, like, 20 in Oras.
Literally.
Like...
It would have done, like, 17 in Sun and Moon. Like, I swear to God. Okay, 17's kind of crazy, but... It would have done less for sure.
Yeah.
Right, Torn forces a KO with Bleak Wind. Now Zarude comes in. I mean, this is like the most telegraphed Tickaton of all time because you know it's Scarf, and you know it's going to be the initial switch-in, so a Trailblaze here just makes so much sense. And then Stomping Tantrum with the Terra Boost, able to knock it out. Shout out to Tickaton. Now Gouging Fire is Boots. We see Swords Dance as a Rude, which is probably a little greedy, right? He gets Dragon Tailed. Now this was cool. So an Earthquake here into the Burning Bulwark. I think Bulwark was actually a pretty good bring here. Because if he goes for a spin, as he low-key might want to, he'll get burned. And that's good.
Yeah.
We like that. But even with a burn, it wouldn't have gone down to the Heat Crash, so this spin was guaranteed no matter what. And now it's actually faster at +1, so world's slowest Gouging Fire, per chance. Now another trick here. Trick on the Morning Sun. This was weird, I think. This Morning Sun. Like, what were you expecting when you click Morning Sun? Latios comes in. What situation is Morning Sun ever good? Like, trick? Sure.
Yeah,
Morning
if you
Sun
think you're
lock.
gonna die, then like
And like,
you just attack, right?
yeah.
I guess you pray for a Draco miss if you want to go for that, but like I don't know, that seems a bit.
But then, like,
much.
doesn't Draco still kill?
Yeah, but like you heal up and then swap out.
And
But
swap out,
yeah,
yeah.
and like I don't know. That's like the only thing that I can think of.
I feel like you always just Dragon Tail in that situation. Because if
I
you,
think so too.
if you die to a Draco, Keldeo is going to come in and just kill something, right? Or Torn.
Yeah.
Torn just kills something as well. Like, you have options. Now you have to go to Torn and take a hit. But it's actually Trick Dragon Dance Liquidation. Like, what a set.
What?
What was he cooking?
Oh, okay. Like,
Yeah.
I need to talk to my like, I need to talk to my captain, man. What we're doing? Like,
yeah. Now Zarude comes in. You turn to Gouging Fire. And I guess it can check the Zarude now. Yeah. So like I was saying, what a valuable Morning Sun. Now this was weird as well. Why do we go Tinglu here?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wants to save the sack in case we get a bond off, but I don't know. It's like we still force a kill, I think. So.
Oh, you know what he wanted to do? Maybe Tinglu lives, and then you can sack to rocks to prevent a battle bond boost.
Yeah.
But the battle bond
like,
boost doesn't
Keldeo.
matter because it specs Keldeo. Like, Keldeo should take one from Gren. That's like its whole niche. It's
How much does +1 extra sensory do? Probably doesn't kill. Surely it doesn't kill. Yeah.
it might be a roll after all the rocks damage.
The rocks.
I don't actually know. But either way, Tinglu comes here. And now you have the rock sack. Dude, Trailblaze is 26. Shout out. Now it's Gren here. And the Gouging Fire sack is there. So you deny the battle bond. But a Swords Dance on the switch. And now Keldeo comes in. And with a Choppleberry, it's able to live the Vacuum Wave, go for an Acrobatics, and that's the game.
Oh, I forgot. I actually completely
Yeah.
forgot this was our set.
So that was crazy, right? Yeah, it felt like Hacker was in control for that endgame, and then just kind of let it slip. But also, what were you supposed to do about this Gren in the first place? Right? Because at full HP, it'll live a hit from anything. Like, literally anything on the team. Sword stance up,
Yeah.
and you just lose.
To be fair, I think the path he took around like going Tinglu and then having it to the sack for like not getting battle bond off, I think that's like fair in
Yeah.
hindsight. I probably
you
would have
know,
made the same play, to be honest.
You
but-
see Sword Stance, you should assume Acro. Maybe with the item still intact, Keldeo can live. I'm not sure. Because it is like
Possibly.
+2.
Yeah, it'd probably be like plus. Oh no, it would be +2. I was gonna say if it gets a kill on something else, it'd be +3, but no.
Yeah, but you have the rock sack. So if Keldeo could have lived, maybe a secret sword was more accurate play. But also like maybe you just died a gunk shot or something. Like I don't know.
It depends on the bulk. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Feels like a difficult play, but staying in and clicking Earthquake with Lu was the play. You live non-specs water move, and if you die, Keldeo can just come in after. Yeah, I think that was the way out, but also it does make sense to rock sack to prevent bond. You know what I mean? It's just a play that makes sense. Hunter calls it out, and you know that was his win path.
I mean, I think he had to. It was his win con to call it out that way, which was he got right. So
doesn't Keldeo live +2 acro 55 base power? That's what I'm wondering, right? Could you have just secret sorted? Because Secret Sword is like more than twice as strong as Vacuum Wave. It would have KO'd through Chopple. Sword was always the play. And it probably KOs. I mean, that's for Hacker to know, right? He knows his spread. We don't. Hacker Grunt is cool. I almost ran into BBR Mock one time with Bugberry into Slitherwing. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, we see Rub. That's Glop versus Auga. Alright, so this is the
I hate my teammates.
Teammate. Yeah, actually. I hate your teammates too.
Dude.
Rub. Poor Auga, yeah. Oh, we see a Golisopod, right? That's cool. Victini leads off into Crocodile. We see an immediate U-turn. There's no pursuit in this gen. It is Sword and Shield. And rocks go up from the lead Crocodile. Now knocks off the helmet from Corv. Pretty good stuff. As a roost immediately. I'm not sure what that roost was trying to cover. Yeah, like, what was that roost trying to cover? I don't know, but a taunt comes out now. Prevents the defog, and now Corviknight gonna get chipped a little bit, but Citrus Berry Crook, sure. Covers the knock. Okay. Congratulations, I guess? I don't know. You could have defogged if you wanted to. You wanted to defog the next turn, but like, I don't know. Hydra comes in on the Photon Geyser. Wow, he's so good. Stoice comes in on that as Toxic misses this lucky dog. Guys.
Blizzard.
Guys. Like the stream for Blizzard Blastoise, guys.
Yo, we're out here in Gen 1, holy... like...
You gotta like the stream for Blizzard Blastoise. It has alliteration and everything. Golisopod comes in on that, takes a crit for 18%, and now spikes are going up. Silvally comes in, but since it's Ghost Silvally, you can just go Hydreigon. Force it out with the threat of Dark Pulse, which Blastoise is going to take 20% from, so very bulky Hydreigon. And a Rapid Spin does get the opportunity. Burr is so cold. Next team tournament, I'm tracking pick'ems exclusively picking by name and sprite quality. That's actually kind of fire.
That is tough. I like that.
Yeah. Alright, Zeror comes in on the Roost turn. Threatens a Play Rough, a CC, anything like that. So Vileplume comes in to cover all of those options. And forces out the Zera. Sludge Bomb is going to poison the Necro, but it is Lumberry. So no harm, no foul. Now Hydreigon comes in on the Dragon Pulse this time. And Weakness Policy. So now this Dark Pulse is an actual KO threat, and it's going to just knock out the Necro. Zera comes into Revenge, but again, you have a full HP Vileplume, so no reason to sack Hydreigon when you have a Vileplume right there. Especially because this Vileplume is putting in a lot of offensive pressure. Nothing really wants to come in. Like, we just saw a Blastoise switch into a Grass type. But the Vileplume is so valuable, you don't want to take a Blizzard. So it works out, I guess. Why this is Is this why Stoice is having an
Oh,
abysmal
that not
Switch
even knocking
performance?
into emergency exit range is
Yeah,
tough as
yeah.
well.
That's tough. I think it's more than just this one game, Hydra. But yeah. Alright, Victini comes in on the Sword Stance turn. We see Encore. Really good stuff there. And now... It's just like choiced Encore, because otherwise you'd U-turn here 100%. So probably choice Victini then. Scarf, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Bulks up with a Zera, and this time stays in with the Earth Power. Has conditioned the Vileplume switch in 2 times now, and now pulls the trigger. And this crit does matter, but at the end of the day, was Zeraora sweeping? I don't think so.
Yeah, it wasn't sweeping, but like I like to think it mattered just, you know, because Glop's bad and lucky, so.
Yeah. The live CC anyways. That's kind of crazy. Alright, Calm Mind Coco gets the +1, Dazzling Gleam and a KO the Crook. Oh my gosh. How does Rub do it? I don't know. We see a Flame Charge Savali, but Rocky Helmet Coco. Sure. Like,
dude, like
I guess.
this game was a fever dream, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Nice, just crit poor Auga. That's what I'm saying. Goes for a last ditch Calm Mind, but yeah. Just win with a Dazzling Gleam twice. He's so good. And that's gonna be the series. So you end up winning 6-2, but it's a series that didn't really matter for much.
Yeah, this was
Just
I mean,
seeding.
I think we were aiming to get 4 wins just to confirm the first seed, but besides that, yeah, like, it didn't really matter.
Alright, now we have ZFG versus Scalpers. Let me just pull up
Was
these
that the first
replays.
series you covered, by the way?
That was the first one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool.
And someone didn't do their job filling out the doc, so I have to figure this out myself. This is game 2. 3, 4, 5. This is game 6. Oh, I didn't write it down. Okay, 6, 7, and 8. Alright.
Oh, Tidal
Congrats.
said it mattered for her because she got 3rd in the USM standings. That's actually cool.
Congrats on getting the pick'ems right. The one time y'all didn't root against me. Did we actually go 8 for 8 on the pick'ems for this series? No, I think we predicted Undead, right? Yeah, we got 2 wrong. We got 6 out of 8, I think. That's pretty good, though.
Nice.
Alright. Now, to start off this series, we have the Zard matchup. Better than 5 out of 32. Shut up. I actually just...
We're on the up.
talking.
You can only go up from here.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. It was not 5 out of 32. It was not. It was just better than that.
I don't think historic is the word I would use for that, but yeah.
Diabolical might be a better choice. Anyways, Battle of the Zards. Greg over here. Let's put it from Greg's POV, because he's the GOAT. Versus...
W Soup.
He has Zard Y. Jesse has Zard X. Yep. Honestly impressive how bad you guys are at this. Okay, the previous week we had like 20 correct. Like, we were doing okay. It was like 20 something out of 32. And then week 6 happened, and now I'm just picking the higher seed.
I'm not gonna lie, these games are just like way too scripted to ever know what's gonna happen. Like,
Yeah. This was a crazy early game. Take a look at this. Alright, Zard leads off in a Rotom. Just Solar Beam, right? It's Rindoberry, so it's going to take only 47, but yeah, Zard gets T-Wave for its troubles, and now we see a Volt Switch. But Greg, he's one step ahead. He Fire Blasts the switch in, and because because he's the GOAT, he crits and lands 2 through para. So Camerupt does go down because he's different like that. Now Zard comes in, but we have 1,000 EVs and live the Flare Blitz and Dragon Pulse back. KO it. Oh my god, he's too good. He's too good. Alright. We gotta track next season to see if anyone gets 32 out of 32.
700 extra EVs.
Actually, yeah. I don't think getting 32 out of 32 is actually mathematically possible. GSC EVs, on god. So Cardano comes in to revenge kill the Rotom. Free chip on the Uxie. Now Xatu comes in, but we see Magic Room. Alright,
oh, that's so cool. That's, yeah.
Raise your hand if you don't know what Magic Room does, because I'm sure there's at least one of you in the chat. So Magic Room means that all held items, they just don't exist for the next 5 turns. So if it was like Scarf Lando, no it's not. If it's Scarf Cart, no it's not. Berry Lax, nope. Yeah. No Berry. So basically no item, which is actually super funny because our Xatu Scarf. So we actually get our Scarf Reflect and we get an attack off on the Zero to chip it down, which is so funny.
What the? Oh no, bro, come on. No.
It was like Scarf HP Fight to catch Weavile. But also Reflect to support our setup guys. Either way, Xatu dies. Shout out. Lana T comes in.
My favorite is Psychic.
God EVs.
Okay, dude.
God EVs. He's just too good. And then he goes for a Z Explosion into Uxie, which literally heals it, by the way. And now Azu comes in on the Uxie. And is this just a belly drum turn? It is just a belly drum turn. So kind of Lando. Yeah. And now he just takes the Volt Switch, goes for a play rough or something. Yeah, guaranteed KO here. And now what? Rotom comes in, gonna take a Jet. It's 27. And now Scarf Cart has won the game. Unless it's Scarf Weavile, which if it is, Snorlax will win the game. Like they both win. It's all good. Boom. It can be DPL's version of a perfect March Madness bracket. Yup. Dude, we could have Magic Roomed. Yeah, so true.
No, why did that work against them though? Like what, bro?
Yeah, that was kind of wild. Someone in DGA managed to get exactly 0 points when we can pick'ems. If you can do that, you can get all them right too. That's kind of wild as well. He's actually just cursing everyone. Alright, so ZFG starts out 1-0, and now we have Scrap Sanity versus Bangga. Yo, what series have been covered? We just finished the part in the Eruption versus Bali World Tour, and now this is the second game of ZFG versus Scalpers. Right. Scrap Sanity. He's using this Swish team. He's locked the fuck in. Hell yeah. Bangga though, he's been doing pretty well. He was like very sought after in the mid-season. And Scrappy is 0-2, 0-3 going into this. It's one of those. I think 0-3, right? The rest, we give him one more chance in the regular season. Mario Party versus SV 4th, 8th slot poll is 80-20. This is huge news. That's crazy.
Oh, good shit. Let's go.
Anyways, yeah, this is the team. It's pretty cool. Like the Lele, I think is like actually kind of cool in Swish. People don't really use it that much, but I think it's a great mon. And this team, honestly, the colors are just kind of raw. Like the Volcarona, Garchomp, Steela.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just so beautiful to look at. I'm not gonna lie.
Very appealing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Zam as well, just that splash of yellow. I like it.
It's very important.
Yep. Color theory, folks. The biggest predictor of success. Alright, turn 1 sub Lele, fishing for like a Leech Seed because, you know, if it is a defensive Steela, it's actually quite free to Leech Seed in this position. Switch-ins are like Mana Buzz, Aegislash, maybe Blissey, but Leech Seed's pretty good. Does not get it though, Heavy Slam just comes out. Lele for sure has room to be explored in the meta, I think so as well. A Volk is so good for aesthetics. Yeah, Volk, Garchomp are just maybe some of the most handsome mons ever. Like, you put them on a team, instantly looks cool. Like,
Yep.
It's just kind of crazy. But here, just go for a Life Orb T-Bolt, bring the Steela low. And this is kind of the whole game plan, right? Because now, our Aegislash just claims every time with the Shadow Claw because we are Choice Banded. Boom. So, Steela for Lele trade. I mean, probably both players are reasonably happy with that, I'm not going to lie. Garchomp into Mana Buzz switch. Swords Dance is up. Stone Edge, but we live. Weak Armor gets the +2 speed, not going to matter because Ruskin knocks us out, but a crit foul play allegedly matters. But yeah, it's turn 6 and there's 4 Pokemon dead. He said that was not supposed to crit, which leads me to believe it had some bulk on it to live the foul play, but regardless, it does matter. I know that, Calc. Well, I also saw a mock where Scrappy foul played a Garchomp from full and it died. So, as far as I'm concerned, just like the mocks, we see a Water Spout which crits and doesn't even KO Aegislash.
That's sad, bro. Come on.
Yeah, Blastoise needs to low-key get a job after that one. Another Water Spout into Keldeo switch, and now Clefable's going to come in on the flip turn. So now Aegislash gets another entry point, threatens the Iron Head, but there's the threat of Volcarona coming in, so he's just going to Shadow Claw, which works out.
Chip
The
on
Blastoise
Chip
gets
on
sacked.
Clefable is valuable anyway, so yeah.
Now Volk comes in, he doesn't want to go Blissey and allow like Safeguard Quiver Dance to start to get going, because that's like probably the most likely set into a Blissey matchup, where if you want to be set up, it has to be Safeguard, Quiver Dance, Roost, and then Mono Flamethrower. We also have like Scarf Keldeo with Stone Edge, though, so it's like not the end of the world if it does set
Do you
up.
actually have Stone Edge?
Yeah, of course.
That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. And now Lando gets to come in because it's +0 Volk. And now goes for a Stone Edge. It misses into the Alakazam, and now you see a Psyshock only do 40% as Earthquake brings it down to Sash. And now Scrappy Loki has a stroke for the next 3 turns. Goes Blissey. Gets 3 KO'd and T-Waves the Zam, but we're still slower because it's not like Gen 6. Alright, so we just lost our Blissey for fun. And now Lando comes in again. Earthquake. Clefable comes in. Timer is very low from Bangga. We see a Moonblast, does not KO. Now Landorus, we are Soft Sand, so this like always kills. Now Volcarona comes in, and you know it's Scalpers, right? So this has to be Trick from Volcarona. It's just legally required for the Volk to be slower.
Honestly, it's actually just depressing at this stage.
Yeah, like
come on.
Get 1 speed creep right challenge all season.
Please.
I'm not gonna lie, I was about this close to bringing like a hard Trick Room team versus them. Just, I thought it was funny, and also like, you'll see later.
It would be an accurate representation, to be honest.
Yeah. I was just worried about getting outslowed, etc. I tweeted for Lando to outspeed, so I wasn't forced to go Keld. Shoutouts Trick Room Volk, though. Yeah, I think you were fine either way, to be honest. Like, it was already in 1 position. But yeah, maybe we didn't need to sack the Blissey. That was my thought process. 95% of gamblers quit 1 aggro creep before it works for real this time. On God. Alright. Now we have Gypsy King versus Rye. Now Rye's been having a fantastic season. Also coming off of an Oras Cup win. So yeah, this game, yeah. Shout out. So Gypsy using this like, this kind of like hard balance kind of structure. We see a Barbaracle. W. And yeah, we have a Skarm on this team, but the Magneton makes it hard to bring. So yeah, shout out the Diaper. Oh my god. Dino leads off in a Rotom. Good lead from Gypsy. Just goes for a Sleep Powder. Misses the Empoleon, and then misses again.
Yo, I've been there. I've been there, man.
Yeah. like, the whole idea is to prevent rocks, and the rocks go up anyways. Unlucky, man. Now, Pinsir comes in on a Leaf Storm, takes 46. It's a very strong Venusaur. Now, Barbarical comes in on the knockoff, gets rid of a Choppleberry, and now it's threatening CC. So Torn's going to come in on that move. Good pivot. And now Rai makes a really aggro stay-in play and risks the Pinsir on the Torn. But, I mean, you have a Rotom, you have an Empoleon. It's pretty likely that a U-turn's going to come out, or like a knockoff. So, honestly, I see the vision.
I could have seen like a Heat Wave come out there, maybe, but otherwise, yeah, it's cool.
It's an aggro play that worked out, yeah. Now, Crook comes in, goes for a knockoff, gets rid of a helmet on Rotom. Now, Crest comes in on this Rotom. Takes a Will-O-Wisp, but it is Lumberry. So, doesn't worry about status here. Goes for a Calm Mind. And another Will-O-Wisp comes out, but this Crest is Recycle, so is able to clear status over and over again. And now Empoleon comes in, threatening like Roar, basically. As Crook comes in, but first turn Wake, of course. And then, of course, dodges another Sleep Powder. Empoleon 252 evasion.
This burns as well, I bet. Oh no, mind.
I don't know. He would never get lucky like that. Leaf Storm does 55 to Magneton. And now a Sleep Powder puts it to sleep. But like Rai is perfectly happy with that because there's no Scarm. You don't need your Magneton. Now Rotom comes in.
Yeah, that's just gonna get
Crook,
saved in
and
the back now, pretty much.
Crook just freaking dies. Now Venu comes in, and LoqP Leaf Storm might be able to get some progress here. Goes for a Synth, back up to full HP. And now you go for a Leaf Storm. Does 45 to Empoleon, so this is like very Spadef. 95% of Gambos cut one Sleep Powder before it hits. Had to recycle the joke, it works too well. Oh my god, is that a Cresselia reference? Recycle?
Yeah, that was
oh my god, he's
tough.
raw. Alright, Keldeo comes in on the Scald, but Aromatisse is actually just able to check this Keldeo forever. 25? SV Keldeo would never.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spadef Aromatisse really good bring here versus our specific Keldeo set. And yeah, Venusaur gets to come in on this, but it's Aromatherapy to get rid of the sleep and the burn. So really nice Aromatisse. And now another Sleep Powder, another Magneton Sleep Sack. Diaper too tough. Don't speak. Like...
Is that my teammate? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
You should already know. Anything that says too tough, yeah, it's always PTE.
Yeah. Oh no,
it's
bro.
Always
the brain rot as all season has just been unbelievable. Like.
Yeah. Right. Another Scald Burn, another day. Like, honestly, this Keldeo got insane Scald Burns, but the Aromatherapy means it just doesn't matter, sadly. First seed, by the way. Yeah. Cursed. That's what I say. So this Empoleon just can't get hit by a Sleep Powder. And then, doesn't it, like, first wake again? Yeah, this Empoleon is not tired.
Like...
He's just not sleepy. I get it. He got his 8 hours already. He doesn't want to go to bed.
Yeah, honestly, fair.
At this point, Gypsy's just cooked. Like, Rai, he just has all of the answers defensively. This Aromatisse plus Empoleon, really hard to break. And then you put Latios on top of it. Like, Latios hasn't even come out yet, but it just kind of wins whenever it does come out at this point.
Yeah, Slice Shock looks insane here.
All sub 30-minute naps. Yep. Empoleon's more of a power napper.
I love how this Empoleon came, like, it was at, like, 30 at one point. It just, like, healed back to full naturally.
Yeah. Citrus Berry could never. At J Ricky. Right, AV Torn, crit Scald does 28. Finally gets the knockoff. Now U-turns out to farm regen, but yeah, Pinsir wins at this point, Lottie wins. Even Aromatisse low-key after that burn on Venusaur. It's actually early bird. Yeah, true. Swords Dance Imp would have won 20 turns ago. Swords Dance Imp would have lost to Cress. Let's keep it real. This game just pissed Gypsy off, so he'll now carry us to a win. Yeah, now you have to deal with Gypsy when he's mad. Yeah, tough. Now Latios finally comes in, goes for a safeguard, by the way. And, yeah, Dragon Dance safeguard Latios. What a set. Sludge Bomb, Outrage. And yeah, just gonna win. Gives a 3-turn.
Well, just go set, to be fair.
Slick, show L5 the Empoleon image. Do I want to know?
No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Okay.
But it's just, I'll DM it to you. It's basically, I put this in the chat last night. I was like, so basically context, LoqP, like anytime we use our Empoleon team in SP, he just suggests SD like every week. And we're just sick of it because it just like does not do anything. So I put in the chat, me when LoqP brings SD Empoleon every week. Oh, hold on. And I just put this image.
Why he looking like that?
Like, why are you saying that to me, bro? Like...
That's too funny. Oh my god. So like Castelia cooks? No, Castelia's on another level, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so that's 2-1 now for ZFG. And now we have Lucas versus Ultraviolet. Who is this again? This is
Manu.
Yeah, Manu.
Yeah.
Alright, so we see a Terrazarud. Shout out. This team is quite weak to Zarud, I'm not gonna lie. It's me! Yippee! Alright. See these Terra types. We see Terra Water Zarud, which makes sense, it's like a decent neutral typing. We see Steel on the Tusk, and this is a bait. It's actually not Terra Mesprit on this team. Right. Deoxys lead into the Dragonite, doesn't want to take an Ice Beam. Goes for a taunt, preventing like a DD. As Mesprit comes in, U-turns, breaks up potential Sash. Now Salazzle comes in to bait a Psycho Boost because nothing else wanted to stay in, I guess. So back to Mesprit, but it's actually Eject Pack. So he gets momentum out of that. But Mesprit just stays in and U-turns. Slow U-turn on the bulk up. Now Salazzle comes in to encore it. And Zarud has been stopped this time. So now Salazzle gets the opportunity to set up something. T-Spikes is what that something is. Because this Weezing is most likely to be Levitate in a Great Tusk matchup. That was the thought process there. Now Mesprit comes in on the Toxic. Can potentially get Rocks up here. As Cinderace comes in, reveals not to be Boots. So probably going to be just Choice Banded then. Aimed at like trying to brute force through the Rotom Wash, through the Dragonite, something like that. Rotom Wash is going to come in anyways, as U-turn comes out, and 27, so maybe it's actually just Scarf. Because that did nothing. Zarud comes in, takes the poison and the rocks.
What do you want Scarf for in this matchup?
I don't know, but what is it? It's not Boots.
I know. I'm
it was Scarf.
Like,
yeah, maybe for like +1 Tusk or something. We are Terra Steel, so it was a good
Dragonite. Call. What do you do to Dragonite? I don't know.
I don't know.
Will-O-Wisp it, I guess.
Anyways, the double to Zarud comes out on our Mesprit. Now Darkrai comes in, prevents a sack. And goes for a taunt, trying to prevent a synthesis or a jungle healing. But Terra Blast instead is going to do big damage to our Darkrai. And now Salazzle's just going to get sacked off here to the Terra Blast. So that was like probably a pivotal turn, if I'm being honest. Like taking all that damage on Darkrai really sucked. Now Dragonite comes in, it is not Boots. As Weezing comes in, and it is actually Levitate. See an Earthquake into that slot. But now Hurricane does 78% confuses, but no full confuse. So Dragonite now is going to be in Rock's range. And you have to assume that the Golnego is going to stop any spin opportunities, so may as well just stay in with Dragonite here. Go for an Earthquake, but Goldengo lives and gets the Salac Berry. And now
This is just over.
Darkrai revealed no Scarf. Rotom is slower. It's Rocky Helmet Fizdef. Now, is Great Tusk Speed Booster or not? Because Speed Booster would outspeed the Goldengo. But it's Attack Booster. So I think we just lose now. We Terra Steel so that you can't, like, make it rain. Shadow Ball, like, does it KO? It does. So Goldengo able to get off a sneaky little,
I'd imagine that was, like,
here.
modest maxed.
Yeah, probably. I get my gold.
Was it Endure?
And
Do
I
you know?
go. I have no idea.
Shadow Ball, Jazz, and Gleam. Do you need Make It Rain here? I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
See,
it had
the
Endure.
bench is Clefable, or not Clefable, Clefairy, and Iron Crown. Yeah, Iron Crown. So you don't really
Yeah,
need
I guess
it.
you don't need it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's that.
Yep, had Endure. It's just a good set. Always lives the Earthquake from Dragonite. Like, at that point, nothing Lucas could do, unfortunately.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Alright, now we have Genius versus Creator of Some. And the series is now 2-2. And now this is actually the deciding game for if Torn goes undefeated in Swish in the regular season. Because the other two Torn teams were actually benched this week. So if Zing wins this one, we get 100% Torn win rate. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah, Torn leads off, immediately gets tricked by Scarf Metagross on a taunt turn, and it's over. GG. Scizor comes in on Rotom. Now Emolga blocks the Volt Switch because Emolga is a ground type. And can just go for a Volt Switch, reclaim momentum. And now Necrozma into Necrozma. We see a Meteor Beam, does 40%, and gets T-Waved. Shout out. Rocks go up on the Dark Pulse. And how is +1 Dark Pulse when you're doing 42?
Bro, Necrozma is stupid. Like,
Yeah, it's so dumb.
in multiple ways.
So eventually, he's just going to go for the Meteor Beam, get +2, and now Creator Sum has to sack something. Looks like it's going to be the Metagross. 47. Why did Metagross take more from Meteor Beam than Necrozma did from Dark Pulse?
Necrozma from his
It just makes
from a
no
super
sense.
effective hit. Like,
Yeah. Alright, Meteor Mash lands a little bit to the right, but makes up for it with an Earthquake crit. Like, at the end of the day, that's about the same. Roosts it all off anyways, and gets rid of the rocks. Now Keldeo comes in, goes for a Surf, but Scarf Torn, able to outspeed the Scarf Keldeo and force it out with a threat of Hurricane. Goes for a U-turn, gets the Nidoking in, tries to scare out the Metagross, doubles to a Molga, predicting the Rotom to come in? Like, I don't know. What was that predicting? Maybe he wasn't sure if he would be faster?
Yeah, it must have been.
I don't know. Either way, it worked out because he went Rotom. Now Torn comes in to farm regen, get another U-turn off. And you just go back in your Emolga, right? It just kind of blanks the Rotom. And Necro has 2,000 EVs in Spadef apparently. So true. And gets the Toxic on Pain Split turn. Really impactful stuff right here. You forgot I was 0 speed. And its Scarf grows, so might not outspeed. Yeah. Zing's so genius for this Scarf Torn bring. On God. So Emolga able to stall out this Rotom. Metagross comes in, but just get Volts on into Scizor. Nothing Metagross can really do to Scizor outside of Trick, which it's already used. Especially Rocky Helmet Scizor. Yeah, you just roost here. As Rotom comes in, but again, you have that Emolga in the back. Pretty much just for this thing.
Yeah, this Rotom cannot do anything.
Yeah, it's just an Emolga jail. And gets encored into Volt Switch. Yeah.
Oh, he's super fast.
Put the fries in the bag. Free Volt Switch. There's no ground type on his team to block the Volt Switch from Emolga, so it's just this was awesome. A Scarf Taunt.
Wait, they had no ground type like at all?
They didn't bring one. I don't know if they had one on the bench or not. I guess we have the technology to check. All right. If I scroll down, it'll leak for the stream actually, so yeah. We'll never know.
I'll have a look.
Red card Snorlax though forces out the Keldeo. And now Scizor gonna force the KO on Metagross. Keldeo comes in again, but we just go Torn, scout the lock, and it's just a free U-turn because if you stay in, you have a Snorlax, right? You can reasonably assume that it's Scarf, especially after this turn. This is the one that gives it away, right? Because if you're not Scarf, you always Secret Sword there, like a real human. Secret Swords. So you know it's probably gonna be Scarf Keldeo. Another U-turn into Emolga. Pain Split, sure. But now, a Roost. And then probably just going to be another Volt Switch after. Oh no, Leaf Storm means you Roost again, for sure. That's Rotom? Yeah, just still can't do anything. Fishing for crits, I guess, is what you could do. Yeah, another Roost. And now Kartana comes in. But we have a Scizor at 82%, so able to take knockoff. Gets rid of the helmet, but, I mean, you kind of expect that in the Scizor Kartana matchup, you're going to get knocked. Every time I see Zing's custom avatar, it makes me feel some sort of way. He's got the Blaze Kickin' Chicken. Alright, Snorlax comes in for the last time as the Keldeo switch in, forces a KO with Body Slam. Alright, so Rotom goes down. Now Cart gets a switch in as Torn, gonna be the Sacred Sword pivot. Now what, you just U-turn again? Yeah, shout out to Draft League as Necro comes in. We go Emolga and go for a Toxic. I guess nothing else can KO the Necrozma at 34, which is so embarrassing. And this crit Photon Geyser, low-key, if the Rotom was still alive, this would matter. But since the Rotom went down, what do you need an Emolga for? Yeah. Now Nidoking comes in and knocks it out at 28. Keldeo comes in, sacks Snorlax at this point. Get a free Torn entry point. And there's no flying resist anymore. So you can't just go for a Hurricane. Dodges it. Shout out. But this time he switches, which makes no sense. But yeah, if you're gonna stay once, stay twice. Like, so breaks the multi-scale though. As Nidoking comes in, goes for an Ice Beam. And
yes, if you had your multi-scale there, you could have done something.
Yeah, Necrozma goes down to a crit, but that was going to be roll dependent anyways. Torn comes in, misses another Hurricane, and you can't risk this one, especially because you have a Scizor. No reason to risk. Now here, do you U-turn here? You do U-turn.
Yeah.
Nice.
So.
Now Torn at full, goes for the Hurricane here. Connects this time on the Kartana, goes down. And now Dragonite comes in. We see hard Nidoking on the Dragon Dance, and now what? See dual Wing Beat, but it's physically defensive Nidoking, because that did nothing. And Ice Beam, of course, is going to knock out the Dragonite from that range, and now
I
Keldeo.
assume Shuka as well
Probably.
for EQ, or just
Probably.
EV to live EQ, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. And now Hurricane does connect, and that's going to be the game. So well played from Genius, and Torn does go undefeated in the regular season, and we go up 3-2 in the series. Definitely Shuka Berry. Yeah. It just lives at a +1 EQ without Shuka.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking that was possible. Yeah.
This is kind of what I always say about the Nidos, right? Nidoking can absolutely LARP as a Nidoqueen, but Nidoqueen cannot do the same.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Iron Moth looks great next to Dio. Yeah, they do kind of have that color synergy. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, Gigaton D's nuts. Hell yeah. This is J Ricky versus Palkia 62. We see Terra Electric Raging Bolt, and then on the other side it's going to be Terra Ground Moth and Terra Poison on the Annihilate. Now, let me just find something real quick. Where did he put this? Was it in his prep channel? Yeah, it was. Take a look at this. This is me at the beginning of the week.
Yeah.
Chat, is this foreshadowing?
Did he see the future?
Am I a prophet? Let's find out. So Raging Bolt lead, immediately Terra Electric to remove the Dragon weakness. Goes for a Draco, which thanks to Light Screen from Duraludon does not KO it, but we're going to get a lot of chip early game with this Raging Bolt, and Duraludon is basically dead at this point. And now? What is this Cinderace disrespect? Dual screens and rocks as a lead? Nah, give me that. Goes for Reflect.
Oh.
Anyways, so it calls out the court change, but
I don't understand why people keep bringing screens.
this is the second
Cinderace,
time.
man.
The second time someone had rocks and both screens court changed by a Cinderace. How to lose simulator. Yeah, and now our Raging Bolt comes in, forces the Terra on Moth, but Dragon Pulse still 2-hit KOs, which is crazy, by the way. Probably the third time we've had it this season. Yeah. So Iron Moth goes down. And so Raging Bolt essentially is just a 2-for-1 at lead. If you think about it, everything else is at 100. So basically, you could consider this Raging Bolt got rocks up and KO'd 2.
Basically.
It's basically what happened.
That's what this Pokemon does, you know?
Yep. Hydrapple could never. And now we set up our own screens because this is SV and we're dishonest. Reflects up. Now Annihilate is going to bulk up, but we just go for a Healing Wish immediately. And Iron Valiant comes in and GG.
Yeah.
Dodges the gunk shot, which didn't matter unless it poisoned us. And even then we're getting several kills. Boom. 1. And of course, you know, we got Shadow Sneak with the +2 attack booster. This kills like 7 Deoxys. 38 to Garchomp. Spirit Break just gonna knock it out. Roselli Berry, yeah, that didn't matter.
Yeah, I guess there, like, if you hit the gong shot and poisons, you could play around with Ruskin.
No, we would be out of range right now.
But... Oh, it would
if it poisons, we'd be dead at this point, but no poison, we're alive right now. It does live gunk. Even if it's offensive.
If you get the poison, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. Even like max attack Adamant Annihilate does not KO us. So
yeah. You'd say a lot has to go right there.
Screens are kind of broken, some might say. LoqP, for DCL, I might suggest a light clay ban. It's probably in the cards. It's probably in the cards.
The Iron Valiant Bolt team though.
Yeah. This is like, how do we get this in 2025?
Oh, like I don't know.
This is like what you'd expect from like a team in like seasonal or like a ghosting tour, like where there's people inexperienced in the drafting pool.
Just trolling.
Yeah. Not in DPL.
Thanks, Dino Crisis. Yeah, if I play this team in finals and I see like, I'm actually gonna at Dino Crisis, remind them you made this happen.
Yeah. Anyways, now it's my game up against Agency, who's having quite a season so far, 3-0 going into this game after getting picked up at mids. Me, I'm 3-3, so obviously that means he's gonna win. Like Clay Band would kind of be raw. Shout out Dino. Yeah. So this team basically, I had two teams, and I chickened out of the hard Trick Room build. I had Trick Room into Choice Band, Terra Water, Araquanid, which basically half the mocks were
raw.
I say half the mocks. I did two mocks. So half the mock was set up Trick Room with Jirachi, get 3 kills with Araquanid, set up Trick Room with Carbink, get the other 3 kills with Araquanid. Like,
That's cool.
The problem I had with that team is I looked at it, and if Garchomp gets a Swords Dance, I lose. Like, I have a Weavile, but like everything else is like completely losing to Garchomp. So I decided to bring this team instead, which was my other version. This is more of like a hard balance with Weavile as the progress maker, and then the win con is a speed boost Calm Mind Bolt plus screens Corviknight. So this felt a little bit more consistent in mocks, so I just went with this. And yeah, so it's like Spadef Petch, Mixdef Corv, Spadef Tinglu, and then bulky Araquanid with special attack. Because I can Surf, Ice Beam, and then I have Poison Jab for the Prim. I can get Webs up potentially, but I expect a Defog Mandibuzz. Really like this team L5 has. Yeah, this one's like really cool, I think. Can't believe L5 brought Triple Axe instead of Icicle Crash versus a Helmet Chomp. Okay, we're just spoiling the game, are we? But like,
Cool.
if you like take a look for like 5 seconds, you'll see that there's a Cornerstone with Sturdy. So like, is Icicle Crash ever really an option? Not really, right? You can't just let the Cornerstone live a hit from your Weavile.
I mean, you could just flinch it.
You could, but I think it's kind of you have to run Triple Axle, but also Triple Axle is a horrible move, but it's also so good, you know. It's always annoying.
Brought Icicle Spear.
No, they did not. Right, I am Terra Dragon Bolt because, you know, with Speed Booster, you do kind of need the power boost of a Stab Terra. Does Triple Axle even kill the Ogerpon? Yes, of course it does. Come on. And then he has Steel on the Torn. Right, Tinglu leads off into the Torn. Here he just goes for the immediate Terra Steel, and U-turns into Mandibuzz. So his plan is always to just go hard Mandibuzz and Defog on Tinglu, which fair enough. My plan into that is to go Pecharunt and try to get some momentum going. The main problem is this is Steel Torn, which I didn't expect at all. I really expected Fairy or Ground in this matchup, and because of that, Pecharunt actually can't get anything meaningful done, because Torn just comes in on it forever. Go for the Parting Shot, predicting the Torn. Now I go Weavile because I really want to get this AV knocked off. This is like step 1 to my Raging Bolt plan. I go for the knockoff. Also would have gotten rid of like a helmet on Primarina. I don't want to Triple Axle into that thing. Gets rid of a Kibia Berry, which means that it's now in Poison Jab to KO range. I just have a Pecharunt, so I'm going to go to it. Flip Turn does 8. Now Torn comes in. Goes for a Bleak Wind, but I can just tank that pretty easily and go for a Parting Shot back into my Weavile. And like I was saying, like, Weavile is the way I'm making progress here. So Torn, I do get the AV off of it right now, which is good for my Raging Bolt. And after the Parting Shot, U-turn only does 33, so not the end of the world. Now Corviknight gonna come in on Primarina this time. And now what? Metagross comes in. I'm thinking maybe he wants to get up rocks or something. I just go for a slow U-turn as he goes for a Iron Defense. By the way. May this Ogerpon Stone face rain righteous havoc upon his enemies in the name of the most revered Prophet Muhammad. Shout out to 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very inspirational words there.
Yeah. So here, I go Araquanid because I'm special. I resist Body Press, all good. Surf the Mandibuzz. Now here, I just want to burn through some Roosts. All good with me. But this next turn, I believe, he reveals he has Toxic, which is actually such a big deal. Which means he can Roost Stall me. And I kind of want this Araquanid at high HP, because nothing else really wants to take on this Metagross. With an Iron Defense Body Press, it's actually a real threat. Because my Pecharunt is actually Foul Play, it's not Shadow Ball or Hex or anything. It's Malignant Chain Parting Shot, Foul Play. So this Metagross is actually a huge threat. I need Araquanid HP, but I can't stay and enforce more Roost. I have to just go Weavile now. And now he goes Primarina. I go over Triple Axle. I thought about Poison Jabbing here. I was pretty close to it, but I didn't want to Poison Jab into Mana Buzz and get Toxicked, and then I lose, right? I need my Weavile for this. So safe Triple Axle. And it's not like I can't switch into Prim. Like, I have Corviknight, I have Pecharunt, all good. Corviknight sets up the light screen, gets a Roost off, and then now slow U-turn on the Torn into my Pecharunt because I want to recover it off. He gets rid of my Boots, but that's not going to matter because he went with the Defog game plan, not the Hazard Stack game plan. I don't really need my Boots anyways. Goes for a U-turn here into Garchomp as I Parting Shot into my Weavile. Now here's the thing, right? Rocky Helmet Garchomp is definitely possible, but like what else am I supposed to go to here?
Yeah,
Like,
and you need your Arachnid healthy, like you're saying, so
yeah.
Otherwise you could have maybe gone that, but...
So I'm just going to Triple Axle a Garchomp and die to endure Rocky Helmet. Like, maybe you could say I could scout for this and go for like a knockoff, but I don't think it's my fault for Triple Axling a Garchomp, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, even if you knock it off, like, I think you're still gonna die later on anyway, so it's like...
Yeah, especially because the Mana Buzz revealed to be Helmet as well. Like, eventually he's gonna get the Helmet KO on my Triple Axle somewhere, I think. So it's kind of just delaying the inevitable. But if I knocked off, I could have Ice Sharded next turn or something like that to prevent like the Super Giga Helmet. But also he probably would have just gone Prim on that next turn. Protective Pads. I could have been Pads as well, but he has two modes that he could go for, right? He could go for the Defog route and prevent my hazards, or he can just max hazard stack with Chomp, because I'm not bringing Defog Corviknight when I have my own Tinglu plus Webs.
When you have your own hazards, yeah. It's a tough call. It's just one of those things.
So I decided to go for Boot Spam plus my own hazards. He just made the read and ran Defog, so, I mean, good build from him, but also I can't really, in good faith, run Pads Weavile here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if he does bring rocks, as you said. You can only come in like
once,
4 or 5 times, and like you needed Weavile to make progress this game. So
I think my team wasn't too bad. Like, it was reasonable. He just had really good techs for it. Like, my Raging Bolt can still win. Like, Garchomp is basically dead. Torn doesn't have its AV. Mana Buzz is at 60, and of course dies to my stab. Ogerpon is the only thing that stops my Raging Bolt, so I'm playing this whole game just trying to get rocks up, which obviously he's never going to let me do. But the idea was, if this Ogerpon, if I can set up an opportunity for my Raging Bolt to have enough HP to 1v1 Cornerstone, it kills everything else at +1. So I only need to 1v1 the Ogerpon, and everything else I'm faster than, and it dies. There's no Scarfer, everything dies. So that's basically what I'm playing for at this point. I'm just kind of waffling around, seeing if I can find an advantage situation, and then I'm going to go for it with my Bolt when I see like the timing is right. Here I get the Parting Shot out into my Tinglu. Probably just set up rocks again, or yeah, probably rocks. As Mana Buzz comes in to defog immediately. And then versus this, I go Corviknight. And do I Light Screen here? No, I roost back up to full. Get my Corviknight healthy again. And now Torn comes in on my Light Screen and goes for a Heat Wave and burns my Corviknight. So is this the turn I go Raging Bolt? Yeah. So after that burn, I'm like, okay, I can't really play the long game as easily anymore with a burned core, Toxic Araquanid. My Pecharunt's running low on recovers, yeah. And my Tinglu is always blanked by Mana Buzz. So now's as good a time as any to get my Raging Bolt in with as many Light Screen turns as possible, right? Get my speed booster, and now I'm just going to start Calm Minding. It goes for a U-turn, obviously. into his Cornerstone, he has to. It's the only thing that lives a hit at this point. And I go for a Terra Dragon Dragon Pulse, and it does 46 at +1.
That's crazy.
Like, come on. And then he goes for the Encore. I go for a Dragon Pulse again, as he goes for a U-turn into Primarina, and I can't exactly stay in here. Especially because it's a slower Encore. I'm Encored for 2 more turns after this. So I can't even, like, Dragon Pulse once, live a Moonblast, and then kill everything. I don't have enough turns. Deserve for running 17 IV, no EVs, special attack Bolt. Thank you, Genius X. Very cool. Such a supportive teammate. Dude, it was so close to winning, though. If it wasn't Encore Ogerpon, I would have won on the spot right now. And then you would be just praising me so much. Oh, he's the GOAT, whatever. But no. This is a set from Addison. Spadef, Encore Ogerpon. Yeah. Jolly, too. yeah. It was close to winning, but no luck. And at this point, that was kind of like my win condition. I went for it, and he had the one, literally the only set in the entire world that could stop me. And
yeah, I think you definitely had to go for it at that stage, though.
Yeah, like, I don't think that was a mistake from my end. But yeah, at this point, it's just cooked. We're gonna put this on, like, hyper fast.
Oh, yeah, because you think you realize.
Because here I'm like, maybe he'll just choke randomly. I can go for stuff, but here, Synthesis Ogerpon as well, it's like nail in a coffin type beat. Because if the Ogerpon didn't have Synthesis, if it was like Horn Leech plus Ivy, for example, then eventually my Raging Bolt might be able to break through, be able to get it in on Mandibuzz or like Primarina enough times. But no.
I like this team agency's using as well, this draft.
Yeah, this one's cool. I really like Ogerpon Cornerstone.
So do I. Yeah.
And Mandibuzz, I think, like, the defog is so valuable versus teams like this, the Hazard Stack plus Pecharunt, which is so common right now.
Toxic as well is just nice.
Toxic is great.
Very rare combo.
Here, I tried foul playing the Torn a few times to get it low because the only thing stopping Pecharunt is the Torn. So if I'm able to force it out with foul play chip, I could potentially fish for a Malignant Chain on something, but here he catches me with the Mandibuzz on foul play, and then he gets a regen and resets all my progress. So, like, it's really tough. The other thing I could try to do is set rocks and then go Corviknight to pressure stall defogs, but with it being burned, there's just no way that I'm getting through all of them. And even if I do get rocks up, the main problem is Torn, right? And that's taking 6 from rocks, so it's really not the end of the world for him. And eventually he does get like 1 turn right, as I try to aggro stay in and ruinate the Mandibuzz to... He only has 2 roosts, right? So I'm trying to get rid of his roost, but he toxic my Tinglu, and that's game over. I can't recover from that position at all. So well played from him, obviously, like, no real mistakes from his end. And the Ogerpon set was really fantastic here. Game winning, some might say. Like, the most average agency game ever. You can't have Bolt with less than 20 special attack IVs. Yeah, it has to be exactly 20. But anyways, now we have Who versus Impulse. And they actually played this on the China server. Chinese Who.
Oh yeah, that just ran to the tail on China.p. So
yeah. Very funny.
Shout out.
Alright, so now we have Hydrapple, Keldeo. This game, Keldeo is gonna Terra. And yeah, let's get into it. So, Terra Psychic Keldeo. We were talking like the other day in some DPL channel, I think. It was either DPL General or maybe it was like something else, but we had like never seen a Terra Psychic Pokemon in DPL this season. Can't say that anymore.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then on the other side...
Actually, you know what? It's funny you say that, because I remember watching the game live. I was like, oh, Terra Psychic, that's like...
It's super rare.
At all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now on the other side, it's like Terra Poison on the Enam, and then Terra Water on the Ogerpon. So Fez leads off into Keldeo and just Fuiking dies to Specs Terra Blast. So, that's awesome. Yeah. Now Iron Crown comes in. But Hydrapple can come in on
Ooh,
this.
3D Sprite.
Yeah, that's new. Here, a crit Psy noise is kind of annoying. As Yawn on the Iron Crown. But now something has to absorb this this Future Sight. Goes into Aloe, takes 57. And now regens it off. Goes into Pecharunt, which actually does wall this Terapagos set completely with Balloon. Because it's Starstorm plus Earth Power. Which is the most likely coverage set. So he just hard switches. As we go for a Malignant Chain on the Crown switch. But now, this was crazy. Was this not like super crazy? So obviously the obvious choice here is Psychic Noise or Future Sight, right? You're in front of a Pecharunt. But it's also kind of reasonable to Focus Blast expecting the treads. But Meowscarada comes in on Focus Blast and freaking dies. So, oof. that was a little bit rough.
Rip.
Yeah, Meowscarada, you're gonna see, would have been pretty nice to have. But, yeah. Aggro play does not work out from who. Now Treads comes in to force this out, goes for an Earthquake as Ogerpon comes in, takes 25. And now Hydrapple comes in on the Play Rough. Only does 39 because Hydrapple's big body. Goes for a Giga Drain into the Crown.
How
And
to
now-
say Beso in Chinese? Oh my god.
Yeah, shout out to Brain Rot. Another Yawn, but a Future Sight is in the air. Something has to take it. Gonna be the Keldeo here. Takes 30, which is quite a lot. Ogerpon gets another entry point, and now since the Hydrapple's so low at this point, we have to break our Balloon, which is kind of sad. But here we get Crit, which does mean it's a 2-hit KO on our Pecharunt, which it wouldn't otherwise be.
Yeah.
So now he has to make the aggro play into Hydrapple for the 4x resist regen, but now we're in play rough range, so you have to go Aloe. But fortunately he makes all these plays correctly, and now stays in on the next play rough. Yeah, he's just the GOAT for that. Now here we go to our Meowscarada. Wait, never mind. Don't have it anymore. Sad. Goes for a Yawn, but with no hazards. All this means is that the secondary choice has to take a Hydrapple hit. Makes a hard read out into Iron Treads on the Enam, but Enam has just decided that this thing doesn't have Heavy Slam, which is correct, right?
Solar
Earthquake, Stealth Rock, you're going to have Rapid Spin on a team like this, and Ice Spinner
you
for
want Ice Spinner,
Lando. Yeah,
probably.
so
Yeah.
gets a crit on the Earth Power, but it doesn't really matter because stayed in the next turn anyways, and that's a 2-hit KO. So a little bit chip on Enam, but since Petch and everything is so low, you don't really have an Enam switch in. Fortunately, he just sacks it immediately to Surf, so that was awesome. Now Ogerpon comes in, doubles to Terapagos on the Hydrapple, which is a good play. It reveals to be leftovers, which means Sub Calm Mind. We do see a sub, and at this point, this set is like the alpha threat, right? Because it beats these three. Like, there's nothing that these three can do to beat Terapagos. So, Keldeo has to be the one to break sub. And, it's gonna do a lot. 49. So, sure, now Secret Sword is like a strong click here. Doubles to Hydrapple on the Lando switch. And now rocks go up as Giga Drain into the Lando. Does bring it somewhat low.
Those are good rocks as well. That's really going to limit Keldeo.
Yeah. Keldeo only has one more switch in. And then Yawn on this Crown, sure. Aloe comes in on Psychic Noise, and now something's dead to Future Sight. The Crown does take the sleep though, which is nice. And now Flip turns out into the Hydrapple. And actually, Hydrapple able to take the Future Sight now. Now back into Aloe on the sleep turn, and then Aqua Jet to knock it out. Now Terapagos comes in, and a sub is going to be really hard to stop here. Does go for a sub, but Pecharunt takes that as an opportunity to heal up. Earth Power does just under half though, and he's just getting leftovers recovery, so this is not worth to stay in. Aloe comes in on the next Earth Power. At -1, it should be able to take a Starstorm from this range, but nothing stopping a Calm Mind at this point. So it has to Healing Wish into Keldeo just to stem the bleeding. Like, this doesn't win, but it stops the Terapagos for now.
I'm straight winning, yeah.
Yeah. So he had to make that play, but it's also, you don't want to have to make that play. But yeah. Keldeo gonna force a KO here. Just Secret Sword the Ogre Pawn. And now here, this is a 50-50 kind of. So there's a few options for this Lando, right? It could be Scarf. It could be just a normal Lando. We see rocks, so it's like less likely to be Scarf. But Keldeo can't stay in here. It's locked into Secret Sword. So you can either switch Hydrapple or you can switch Pecharunt. If you go Hydrapple on a U-turn, you will lose to Sub Terapagos. But if you go Pecharunt on an EQ, then you have to go back into Keldeo. And then, like, if it's Scarf Lando, you will lose. And if you go Hydrapple after the Earthquake, sure, you can Giga Drain, but, like, the Landorus is just going to Earthquake over and over again, sack itself, and then, actually, no, I think, he just wins with Earthquake here. I think the only way to lose this is to U-turn on Pecharunt, right? Because if you Earthquake,
so, yeah.
if you Earthquake in a Hydrapple, you can literally just sack your Lando to Earthquake 16 times, then you sub up with Terapagos and you win.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because, well, Pecharunt is faster than Terapagos. So maybe if you, sack Lando to Hydrapple.
He needs to keep Parting Shot into, like, regen Apple and...
No, I think what you have to do is you go Keldeo on the sub, you break it, and then you have a 50-50 poison chance.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you're faster. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it is just the 50-50 in that sense, because... Yeah, if you U-turn on Petch, you get Malignant Chained. But if you Earthquake into Petch, then you get the setup turn with Terapagos versus Hydrapple, and then the Petch is dead. So that situation is a win. Then you can go back into Lando on the Malignant. You can, but then it's the exact same situation, right? Like, it's the same 50-50. I guess then it's like multiple 50-50s in a row. But either way, he does go Hydrapple and he does U-turn, and that's going to be the game. Right, because now the sub comes out on Giga Drain. I think there, to have any chance, you kind of had to go Keldeo on the sub, break the sub, and then Malignant Fish. But here, Pecharunt comes in on the Starstorm. But Malignant actually just doesn't break the sub. Like, it'll break this one because it took a Giga Drain earlier. But he's just going to sub again. And then now Malignant doesn't break, and this Terapagos is going to win.
Well played by both, honestly. It's a good game.
Yeah. I mean, the Meowscarada sack was... I know he was, like, really hard on himself for that one. Like, it was a good play from his opponent as well to call that out.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too risky for the situation. And now, yeah, making that play basically confirms Scarf Lando, and it is. Lando's probably close to dying from Rocks, Malignant plus Poison, so it wouldn't matter too much. Yeah, at 28, it's like one Poison turn away. Like, one Confusion, you'll die. Anyways, that's going to be the series. Ends up in a tie. But yeah. Now, we're done with the series that didn't matter. And now we can move on to the ones that did matter. So...
Yeah, this is where the fun
These
starts.
are for all the marbles, right? Trick of Eye versus DUI. Let's pull up these games. Who's game one? Oh my god. These guys labeled 2 different games as game 2. My admins are just so useless. Let me just fact check which one is game 1. It was II. Close these old replays, and yeah. Who's game 3? Five. There's 7, and here is game 8. Alright, got it all set up. Oh, I like how you're hiding the winner this time, keeps the suspense. Yeah, it's a little bit nicer to do that for the stream. Wait, Dre is right, you can go Petch, and even if Earthquake comes out, Yawn can likely win. Oh, true, with Rocks up, you can Yawn spam. That's fair. So it's like you sack Petch to Earthquake, and then Hydra comes in, you Yawn on the switch, and then the trap can't stay in. So it has to switch to Lando, you Yawn again. Same situation, back and forth, right? The Lando can U-turn to get damage and reset Yawn, so maybe you can't do that forever. You could do that cycle 2 times, I think, and then you're in range of U-turn. So, I think that's probably enough, right? Don't they win by just sacking Trap to kill Apple, then beat Kelia with Scarf Lando? No, because it will fall asleep. And it doesn't kill the Hydrapple. No, that's actually a fair point. But anyways, we're on to the next series. So ID Cup for drafting under the influence versus Trick of Eye, II. Big matchup here, because ID Cup is actually undefeated going into this as a mid-season pickup, whereas II is having a... how's he doing? I actually don't remember his record.
I think he was 2-4 going into this game.
Ooh, 2-4. That's tough. There is an Omastar sighting, yes, indeed. So... what are we doing here? Okay, so the stakes on this series, right? If they tie, both teams make playoffs. But if one of them loses, they can miss playoffs because Slime Season versus Dino Crisis, they're both 2 points on the standings behind these teams. So if one of these teams loses, and then Dino and Slime Season, if that game doesn't end in a tie, they can overtake. So they would take the spot of the loser of the series. So this is an important series. Both of those two series are very important for how the playoffs shape. Oh, this game. I don't remember what this game is. But yeah, those are the stakes. Let's get into it. Nihilego versus Zangoose lead. We see a Sludge Bomb immediately as Uxie comes in. Probably trade Rocks. Yep, Rocks trade.
Shout out to the fact that there was a Zangoose lead, by the way. We just like...
yeah, that was awesome.
Never see that ever.
And dual screens Uxie gets both of them up into Zygarde. Alright.
Red is on the field.
Yeah. Does take a poison though, which makes you think,
poisoned.
Did we need to keep the Uxie? Could we have sacked it for a free entry point? Who's to say? Anyways, Crocodile gonna come in, intimidate this Zygarde. For a team like this, you would assume it's physically defensive foul play or something. But we see Brick Break on that as it gets toxic.
What
so the
was that
screens
turn?
are gone.
Toxic into Brick
Yeah, and it
Break.
was foul play. So it's like physically defensive, has the prep for the screens, and has the prep for the DD. So nice set. It worked out really well here. And with Rocks on Nihilego, that frees up the slot for Brick Break. So that's like how the team works. And now the spin from Starmie. So really great start from II. Can't ask for much better, honestly. Now Zangoose comes in, goes for a final Gambit, and knocks out the Nihilego.
Oh,
And
that's cool.
so no more rocks for II's side. This Tornadus is now free to regen as much as it wants. This is Gen 7, so there's no boots. Goes for the auto. Another Heat Wave comes out, lives the second one. Now ID Cup scouts the Z, sacks the Uxie, and he gets that play correct as the Sky Strike does come out. Now do you have E-Speed? Zygarde comes out. Does it kill? I mean, Crocodile can come in as well.
I was surprised that Sally was burnt so early
Yeah.
in this game.
Maybe you could
I
have
feel like that really had potential to win early late game.
Yeah, you
But-
could have been more patient, right? Get a little bit more chip. You set up on literally everything, so it's not a question
Yeah.
of like, oh, I have to set up now or I'll never get it. Crook comes in. Oh, it's actually double rocks. So what are you missing here? Earthquake or knock?
Huh? It's probably Earthquake, I'd imagine.
Then you're like Gigawalled by Torn though. I could honestly see a Stone Edge last. Not even joking.
Yeah. What's
I guess we see now. Oh, it's Roar.
Oh, it's Roar. Oh,
That makes
actually, yeah,
sense.
that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
For like a
It's
sub DD.
completely anti-setup. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I like this set from I.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything offensively, but it is going to stop you from losing to Zygarde like 100%. Alright, Zard locks into
Oh,
Outrage
that
here.
outrage I don't like either.
Yeah, now Omastar lives the Outrage, gets a Shell Smash. Now it's +4 speed. There's no Scarfer in the world that can outspeed this. KOs the Charizard. Now Sylveon comes in and has the quick attack. Oh my god. Now Torn comes in. Hurricane does 32. Confuse into full confuse. Hold up. Steel is in range. Starmie can get Z Hurricaned. So you have to sack Steela here. Yeah, you have to go Sylveon and hope that Hyper Voice into Quick Attack can kill. But instead we Sky Strike here, which I'm pretty sure is just wrong because Hurricane 2-hit KO'd this anyways, and then you needed your Z to kill the Starmie.
Yeah. I think there's a few misplays though. Like, I think Starmie should have revenged instead of the Charizard locking into Outrage. Because if you had a full health Charizard against the Torn, I think you're better off. Right?
Based on the
'Cause it
cane
probably lives to
damage,
hit.
Starmie was AV. Did you know that though? Because if you didn't know that, then your argument doesn't work. It's like it wouldn't have worked out, but it still would have been the right play, you know what I mean? That's true, yeah. Did it like take a heat wave earlier? Like, did you calc that? No, right? So like, I don't think you could have known that the Starmie was AV. So it's correct to Hurricane twice into Sylveon. Then you have the confused chance as well. And then you Z the Starmie. If it lives, right? It took some chip from what though? What did it take chip from? Wasn't it chip from like E-Speed or something? Or no,
Yeah,
was it Rapid Spin? Playing around Scarf Starmie after eating a Hyper Voice to play for Crit Z. I mean, I guess. Like, either way, he lost, right?
Can you go back to the turn the Charizard locks into Outrage real quick? I just want to see.
Yeah,
It was against the
so
Blastoise.
Stoice at 41.
I'm pretty sure going Starmie and Thunderbolting is better, right?
It does seem to be the case, yeah.
So you just have Charizard at full for Torn.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Thunderbolt is better there, but
But anyways, yeah.
yeah.
I did have this game locked up, and they lead the series 1-0. Big. Now we have JCurf versus LoqP. LoqP started off really slow, but has kind of heated up towards the end of the season. He started 0-3, now he's 3-3, looking to go positive. Whereas JCurf, I forget exactly what his record is going into this, but he's had a pretty reasonable season, I believe. So yeah, another Sneasel. Shout out. It was rocks in the spin that chip Starmie so they wouldn't know. Yeah. You think the Z was valid? I think it's valid if you're playing around like Scarf Starmie, but also I don't think that's the most likely set. So maybe like for DD Zygarde you want to outspeed in theory, but I don't know. We'll move on to the next game, honestly. Finally. Alright, Regirock leads off into Excadrill, stays in because he's a beast, goes for a Drain Punch, does 37 because he's not a beast.
Shout out to Regirock.
Yeah, gets the Rocks trade and now gets Volt switched on. Like Regirock, he does not care. He's staying in. Stone Edges the Excadrill, but now Rapid Spin as another Drain Punch comes out. And now what? Earthquake does 48%.
Oh.
He's so thick. So the spinner's now gone, so if you're able to get rocks up, this could be pretty big. And we sacked our rocker. Nice.
Play Regirock.
Alright, Lando comes in, threatening a Sludge Wave. The threat has been acted upon. And now Earth Power and a Mew. I see this, I think, AV, right? AV or like Max Spadef? I think AV. Nice crit.
Oh.
That's tough. No, that's tough for sure. Oh my god, he just lost to Mew. He just lost to Mew.
Alright. Good night.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's AV Mew for sure. Scarf Rotom question mark? I mean, Thundy's at full. Yeah, it is Scarf Rotom. A crit does 95.
Jesus.
Oh! This is a fast game. Conk comes in. Can Conk do it? Scolipede comes in, predicting a Mach Punch. But no Mach, just Drain Punch.
For some reason in my head, I thought that was going to be Rocky Helmet. I just thought, yeah, like, this makes sense in my head for some reason. Like,
yeah, this Swords Dance is crazy. Wait, 38? Oh my...
Oh, they're both.
They're both max defense bold, like.
Dude, okay. And the double down, nice. Funny game.
Rawest Regirock in the West. Crazy. Missed the whole game trying to play a Brawl Stars match. That's tough.
I don't like this Dragonite Sand team getting wins though. Just annoys me.
Yeah, it's like everything wrong with society. Had to be Helmet, otherwise no reason for LoqP to not sack the Thundy. Yeah. Makes sense. So now this series is 2-0 for Trick of Eye, which is pretty important in like a must-win or like must-tie series. Starting off 2-0, you like that. Wouldn't be a DUI series if we didn't start 0-2. That's kind of true, actually. Alright, Sabo versus Jimmy G. Jimmy G on DUI, Sabo on Trick of Eye. We see a Tauros. Shout out. The previous week, we saw Tauros kind of like have a god matchup, and then it ended up winning the game in the end. Not doing a lot of heavy lifting, but it did win. Here, though, there's a Trevenant, there's a Skarm. It's a little bit more contained. Like, you need to be mixed Tauros, which it has like 40 special attack, so...
Tauros is like, what, 110 speed?
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good in Auras.
But it's faster than like everything except Starmie here. Which is really nice. Let's get into the game. I kind of have to go in like an hour and a bit, so...
Yeah, better speed through these then.
Yeah. We see a Charge Beam and a Volt Switch, both do nothing. Ancient Power into Zard. I think this is AV Zapdos. Which is funny to say, but I'm pretty sure it is. Goes for a Discharge, immediate para, and like, nice, dude. Nice, yeah.
That was crazy. Like, oh, he must. I think he got, or I think he was confirmed AV at that stage, was he? Because I was like, you just like
it was a crit Volt Switch. crit Volt Switch
Oh
to
yeah,
27.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
now Uxie comes in, rocks up, but like this Zard is now dead. And that's tough. Yeah, that's how we beat Zardex with Zapdos, on God. Alright, now Volt Switch on the Infernape into the Uxie. A little bit of lefty's recovery. Forced out immediately into the Skarm. So, forced out like that. And pressure Zapdos revealed, you know this is not going to be Scarf Infernape, because if it was, you would have U-turned there, 100%. This Infernape is like a breaker set. And oh my god, that Skarm just died from 70. Oh my god.
Good night.
So, might be Specs Gran, hard to say.
This Greninja gets a kill every time with Dark Pulse. I think the Infernape's low, right?
Yeah, Infernape's at 40. Yeah, Zapdos is at like less than half with the rocks up.
Taking rocks as well, yeah.
This Gran is really good. But now Garchomp comes in, because we know it's locked into Dark Pulse. And there's a Zard sack to rocks. But Jimmy calls that, goes for a Swords Dance. And now, nothing KOs Garchomp from full. Because it's Yachi Berry. So this Gren that gets a kill every time it's in is now dead.
Is now dead. Yeah.
And that's such a huge swing in the matchup. Also, can we be so for real? How is Gen 6 Gren so strong? Like,
oh yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's the same argument as the Keldeo Latios thing. Like, I swear these mons just got shadow buffs over the gens. Like, honestly,
it's like Gen 9 Greninja versus Skarmory. It wouldn't have killed. You know what I'm saying?
No,
it would do like 55.
It would have done like 50.
Yeah. But here in Oras, he just has that like
the X factor.
Yeah, the home buff or whatever. Because now Starmie comes in to revenge the Tauros. Huge Hydro Pump into Doublade. That was like Analytic Life Orb or something. 2-hit KOs with ease. And now...
I was going to say, could he have gone Tauros on the Chomp earlier instead of Gren? But like, I think you can just swap out there the Chomp. Like, I think that scenario with Greninja comes up later anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe not though, I don't know.
I think Tauros first was probably correct. Right, because you don't need two mons that are like the same role. And if it is Yachi Berry, you'd rather lose Tauros 110%.
Yeah, because the Greninja just like Dark Pulse wins.
That being said, I don't think it makes a big difference. Because you're gonna see,
I don't think so either. This
endgame is like Life Orb Starmie kills something every time it's in. And then Infernape, the set that gets revealed. Also, Psychic doing 18. Yeah, this is AV out the ass. But here, though, Infernape comes in, takes Roxas in Blaze range now. So, like, Fire Blast with Blaze and Life Orb, it's killing everything anyways. And Tauros, like, you can imagine this was a Gren. It wouldn't matter.
Oh,
Vacuum Wave.
yeah.
And then Zapdos just freaking dies. You would need to dodge that and then, like, dodge Pump or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Good stuff.
Jimmy G comes out with a win. Much needed. They were down 0-2. Now 1-2. Still favoring Trick of Eye, but, you know, all good. Alright, now we have 100p versus the real Lord Gold. Who is this again?
That's Mustang.
Mustang, right.
That's a fun fact. That's Mustang's, like, old username from, like, 2018.
Wow.
Because we were watching replays the other day, and we were like, yeah, you should just go back to this account, because you were, like, kind of tough on that.
You were raw when this was your name.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough. By the way, this is the matchup in the pick'ems I was talking about, where, like, Calm Mind 3 attacks Raikou just wins. Like, Aura Sphere for Kyurem, Scald for Lando, T-Bolt kills everything. But I also said he's going to find some way to just put screens on here, and I was right. Alright, shout out to Lando getting rocks up and dying immediately to Kyurem. That was raw. The way he got rocks up was so tough. Now Scrafty comes in, goes for a Toxic, predicting the Primarina to come in. And now you're just going to Drain Punch, right? Yeah, Drain Punch the Kyurem. Get all that juicy HP back. Probably just click it again, to be honest. Prim wants to come in. Still get decent recovery, right? Back up to 73. And reveals Protect, so back up to 80. Nice. Now, what's going to come in on Primarina? The Scrafty's going to stay in. A little bit dangerous, but rewarded for it. And another Protect. We see Encore Prim. Interesting. So now we're going to switch to Steela. As Surf comes out, does 51%. Oh my god. That's so strong. But Primarina is going to go down to a Heavy Slam, and Steela is faster. So all in all, a good trade from Craig. Now Skuntank comes in, and Raikou is going to be the pivot into Skuntank on Foul Play. It was 42 with a crit, and now screens Raikou. Yep, typical. Now Lando comes in on a Volt Switch. Yes, so good play from Mustang. And now Steela gets to come in on a presumed Earth Power, but another Brick Break. These people this week are so prepared for screens.
Yeah.
And it's actually Rocky Helmet Lando. So actually gets rocks up and trays with the Celesteela, which I think Mustang will be happy for. Alright, Skuntank versus Scrafty. Does it have Play Rough this gen? It does have Play Rough, yeah. Gen 8 it got it.
It got it in Gen 6 actually.
It did it? I feel like that's not true.
No, I would bet money on it.
I'm actually curious because I thought it didn't have it in old gens. Let me double check that.
I'm pretty sure it's an egg move. Stunky gets it as an egg move.
It does get it. What's the move it doesn't get then? Well, I know it's missing something.
It's missing. Well, it doesn't get knockoff and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's Gen 9 thing actually. Sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Maybe I'm just stupid. Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, it gets corrosive gas in this gen.
Yeah, that's the one. So it gets like item removal, T-spikes, knock, yeah. But anyways, I'm just stupid for that. My bad. Then we see
I've
Metagross.
definitely seen Player Off Skuntank a few times.
Yeah.
This is kind of dangerous.
Ooh.
This set.
Yeah. You sub here? Yep, sub up. Can this Mew beat it? Earth Power, so probably it can. Alright, Toxic. Toxic sub Cosmic Power. What's the last move? Body Press? I don't know. Either way, Kyurem is going to get sacked off. What the what? Corrosive Gas? Yeah. Corrosive Gas is good. I spammed that in DPL Season 4.
Yeah, it's a good move.
Right, Kartana comes out, and then you sack Metagross. Just get rid of Reflect, and now... Can Kartana win this?
No, Vacuum Wave. Oh, Chople.
But it's slower, yeah.
Slower than the other two, yeah.
Yeah, CC, that's gonna be the game.
I think you had to stay in with Metagross at that point. You're like kind of committed.
I mean, I think he lost anyways.
I mean, I don't think it mattered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably mattered. I don't think it mattered, but I don't know.
19 Ivy, Timid, Cart 1. This might be true. This might actually be true, though. Alright, so now the series is back to 2-2, so tied up. Now we have Sean versus Blitz. It would find a way to not KO the Mew. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, like, no item knock. Yeah, doesn't sound like a KO, does it? It's Dashing Cuz. Can I get a Beso in the chat? Please, please, please. Beso. Alright, Terra types. We see Electric on the Moth. And, that's it? Or what? On the other side, we see Water Torn, Electric on the Conch. Alright, Palafin leads off into the Meowscarada, takes advantage of that Palafin lead by going for a U-turn on Fortress, and its eject button. So actually you get a free Palafin switch, and if this is choice Meowscarada, something will be dying to Wave Crash this turn. And it looks like it's going to be Lando. Swag. That was awesome. And now Torn comes in, you get the Terra immediately. And Nasty but Zapdos comes in, and this Wakanberry? It is Wakanberry, so you actually don't fear the Zapdos. Fair enough. Now, knockoff Roaring Moon doesn't KO. Bleakwind gets a speed drop. So Scarf Roaring Moon has to reset the -1 speed. And basically that's going to cost the Zapdos sack. Now, Iron Crown does come in on a presumed U-turn. Yep, there it is. Now, Donphan in on Iron Crown, and that's embarrassing, bro. 30? That's AV Donphan for sure. Now, Meow comes in, just U-turn on Fortress. Sure. Now, Glamora comes in, and Fortress dies, because Fortress sucks ass. Fortress Hate Watch is successful.
The propaganda is safe. Or the agenda is safe, sorry.
Yeah. Now, Flip Turn is just going to get a KO. Because this Torn is at 15, so after regen, that's like 48. Can't exactly switch in on a Wave Crash. And now Donphan gets its government-mandated second turn and dies. Love to see it. Why are we drafting Forage? Sob emoji. That's what I'm saying. You're brain dead, by the way. Had Icy win for Scarf Moon, but clicked Bleak anyways and got rewarded. Too tough. I get it, bro. I get it. Anyways, Kong comes in, forces a sack. It's going to be the Roaring Moon. Now Palafin comes in for another KO. This time Torn going to switch in, as Wave Crash does just kill it from 48. Shout out. Now Meow comes in.
Why is Dash and Kev's playing this game? What? I just realized that now.
That's Blitz.
Yeah, I know, bro. He's a different username every week.
Uh-huh. Some people just have that disease to them. Anyways, AV Conk goes for Earthquake, and does it have Mach Punch? It does. So Iron Moth is going to go down, and Dashing Kevs with his first DPL win. Nah, that's Blitz.
Let's go.
But, yeah. So now DUI is up 3-2. They won 3 in a row. Kinda crazy. Beso! Alright, now we have Agent Flame versus Cyber. And I believe that, actually no, I'm mixing this up with something else. But so, this is Fagos on Trick of Eye, Agent Flame is on DUI, and yeah, this team has a Fortress, so I must root against it, but it is pretty cool, right? Double Dark, Double Dragon does exude a lot of aura. I'm not even gonna lie.
Excalibur. Low-key nice colors as well.
Yeah,
really nice
yeah.
colors, actually.
Yeah. I feel like the Ampharos is a little bit too bright. It sticks out.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe if the Ampharos was at the end, it would kind of blend better. If it was the 6th slot, I think it'd
Maybe,
be okay.
yeah. A lot of aura until you see Fortress. Exactly. The Iron Nut.
Who invited blood? Like,
yeah, and then this team from DUI I actually like quite a bit. It's like you have the Hazard Stack Petra angle with Garchomp, but you also have the option to just be offense, right? Terra Mew. Is it Terra Mew on this? Yeah, Terra Mew, Terra Shifu. And you just kind of like hit things with Darkrai, Chomp, Shifu. You have the double dark synergy. Or is this the Rapid Strike one?
oh, this is the Rapid Strike one.
This
This
is the
is the
Rapid
team I
Strike, right?
played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's not Terra Mew that got changed at mids to Terra Petch. Oh, this is the one with no Terra Mew, right? Yeah, Terra Petch. But anyways. Right, Fairy Zarude. Fairy Ampharos. On the other side, we see Steel on the Urshifu Rapid and Steel on the Petra as well. So we just love Terra Steel versus team. Makes sense, right? Double Dragon. Now Zarude. The switch into Zarude is Petra, yeah. Love to see it.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Fortress comes in on the Toxic. And here, Fagos just like mind controls his opponent to stay in and let him get all 3 layers versus a Defog Corviknight. That was raw. Like, how are we getting 3 layers? How do you do that? Anyways, now Zarude comes in on the Rock's turn. Corviknight comes in on Terra Blast.
It's Taunt.
It's Scarf Corv, by the way.
Okay, never mind. Oh, it is Taunt. Okay.
It's Scarf Corv.
My bad.
Now, Petra in on the Fortress.
Oh, actually, no. I remember I mocked Faye for this, and I brought Scarf Corviknight. I forgot about that.
Wow, you're so tough for that.
Because the flying resist was Ampharos. I forgot. Dude, that's cool.
Yep.
It's all coming back to me.
Helmet Zarude, kitchen burnt down. I get it though. For Urshifu Rapid Strike, you resist CC, and if Searching Strike, it self KOs. It makes sense here. Right now, Mew comes in on Lando. By the way, no boots. There's like no boots on this team.
0 boots.
The only boots mon got knocked off turn 1. And max hate layers are up. This is tough. And then Dragon Tailed, I saw this, I was like, the game's over, dude. It's so over.
On this turn, and the Corviknight give it.
Dude, Roost Scarf Corviknight, by the way. I saw this, I was like, is it just max speed Corviknight versus like no speed Zarude? Who's
No,
to say?
I forgot early last week. I mocked him and I brought Scarf because I was like, wait, he actually doesn't have a flying resist besides Ampharos.
Mm-hmm. Then goes Corviknight on the Earth Power, and then Brave Birds the Lando, but then dies to Focus Blast because it's Scarf and it doesn't have
and
HP.
The win con's
yeah,
dead.
it's over. Alright. Now Darkrai comes in, Ampharos, like both sides have a lot of hazards up now. So AV Ampharos is going to go down to 2 Dark Pulses, thanks to the Rocks and the Spike. Now Roaring Moon comes in. Garchomp Sack for a little bit of Rough Skin. Potential Rocky Helmet? No, just Rough Skin. Now Zarude comes in, it's basically dead at this point. Darkrai comes in, it's basically dead at this point.
Dude.
Sludge Bomb. Oh, this is cool. So the Poltergeist earlier revealed that this is Custap Fortress. So both players are aware of the Custap. Ooh, Focus Blast does 90 to backs, but it lives. Now +1 backs, what can it do here? Goes for Ice Shard, alright, sure. Now Petrunt comes in, it's
No
Terra
shot this
Steel.
lives.
Well, it's Terra Steel, right?
Yes. Oh, we don't have Earthquake. Oh.
He doesn't have
okay.
Earthquake. Which, to be fair, kind of makes sense versus team.
Yeah, I know, like...
Because the Steel is a
what's it really
Corviknight.
needed for? Yeah.
You have Glaive Rush, Ice Shard, you need Ice Skull Crash or like something like that.
Yep. Yeah, especially if you're expecting this Petron to tear it out of its type anyway, you don't need to be Earthquake.
Yeah. And here, the Custap T-Wave into Poltergeist because, I don't know, mind control. Like, you knew the Custap was going to happen, you knew it would be eaten, but you didn't put 2 and 2 together to not Poltergeist it. But now, goes Mew and sacks it to the Fortress Boom. That's such a funny. That's such a funny turn. Interesting. Yeah. Sin of Wrath, I don't think so. Perfectly EV'd. Are you the reason the Demon Ampharos is here? Probably not.
Oh, as much as I would love to take credit, I'm probably not going to.
Yeah. Hey, take credit. Who cares? What even happened? This is considered the pinnacle of draft, by the way. Alright, Urshifu comes in. Bax is gonna get sacked to Drain Punch. Landorus is in jet range. Roaring Moon very low. Go Petra right here. On the Outrage, and that should be the game, right? Unless this doesn't have
As
Aqua
long as
Jet.
he breaks through. Yeah.
Yeah, Foul Play kills. Lando's at 1. I think that's in range of Aqua Jet.
I don't know.
Can we calc
Might,
that? Can we calc
bit
that?
close. Might be close.
Oh, max roll.
Oh, he gets it. He gets it.
So unlucky. So that's 4 games in a row for DUI. They have clinched the tie, and with that, they clinch playoffs. Whereas Trick of Eye, they need to win both of the remaining 2 games
Oh,
to
that's
make
right, actually,
playoffs,
yeah.
like guaranteed. Like the game, it's in their hands, but they have to win 2 in a row now, after 4 in a row losing. So that's a little bit rough, right?
Shouts to Asian Flame, by the way. I think they're 3-0 after being picked up at mids as well.
Yeah, yeah. In contention for mid-season pickup award. Silent crit. Or they need tie from Slime Dino, but that's what I'm saying. It's in their hands if they win both. The lore behind this game is way too funny. DUI Lion. So this is Nim subbing in for iPro versus Skyhorse. iPro lost every mock, so he ran. That's actually kind of fire.
Sidle saw it, they locked playoffs. He's like, yeah, I'm just not playing this game.
I'm not putting this loss on the sheet. iPro only beat JCurf. I mean, yeah, that's the freebie, right? The confidence booster mock. I kid. Or do I? Who's to say?
Who knows?
Yeah, who's actually to say? But, yeah. I was trying to convince him to slot for real. Record stat padding by running after mocks is crazy. Yeah, it really is. So, yeah, Nim is in here for his DPL debut with a team that lost every mock versus Skyhorse, who's on like a 4-2 season right now. So
this is the Skyhorse redemption season.
Yeah, actual Skyhorse redemption season. He's so back. Let's get into the game. No pressure, by the way. Nim had a game last season, but he
Oh yeah, he did. He played. I forgot he played on Trick of Eye last season.
Oh, yeah, he did. All right. Turn 1 Whirlpool Blastoise, and you're like, yeah, this is vintage Skyhorse.
We're officially in the Skyhorse zone.
Actually. Yeah. What do you do? What do you do when your captain rolls up in a must-win game with Whirlpool Seismic Toss Blastoise? What do you do? Alright, Blastoise is just gonna spam rocks to guarantee them up against the spinner. Because, like, rocks versus team are really important for the KB. Because that guy is
Imagine if he was rapid
scary.
spin there. Like, bro.
Yeah. But anyways, Pidgeot comes in, goes for Hurricane, and then in a must-win game for Trick of Eye... Oh, my bad. I'm getting mixed up with the turns. Later, we'll get there. This is foreshadowing. Alright, Feeny comes in. Nature's Madness is the muck. Pretty reasonable stuff. Now Nidoqueen is going to be the pivot. So I believe he Ice Punches. Yeah. God Skyhorse. He's so good. Now Blastoise sack to rocks makes sense. And T-Spike goes up. I swear, these guys are obsessed with bringing T-Spikes plus a Misty Surge.
Bro, it's just
like, I don't get it.
Me. So that's even, yeah.
Versus a muck too. Like, surely you have better things to do with your life.
It is very rare that this Kyurem is going to get poisoned. Like, a lot would have to go right. Like...
Yeah. And now Muck absorbs the T-Spike, no problem. Scouts the Custap Berry by going Nidoqueen, but Ice Punch reads the switch. That was raw.
What?
That's one of the plays where I was watching this live and I was like, this is one of those plays where, like, yeah, if Feeny stays in here, I'm dead anyways, but if he switches, Ice Punch is gonna look so raw. You get a lot of
reward out of it.
So
yeah,
you may as well just click Ice Punch, right?
Yeah.
Call me crazy, but I can see why all the mocks were lost. Oh my god. Brutal. He had spin, by the way? No, he didn't.
No, there's no way. There's way.
Actually no way. It's a 1% Bronzong. You always spin there if you have it. Like, surely even Skyhorse can make that connection. No flame. Alright, Feeny comes in on Lando. The way he switched this in makes me believe I Papa Berry, because Earthquake would put it in range. Ice Beams into the incoming AV Serp. No, what?
Just kidding. Ice Beams on the, like, the adamant Ice Beam comes out, like...
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just flabbergasted by that damage. I can't even lie. What the H? Lee Storm to knock it out. Yeah, nice crit, buddy. LoqP mattered. Alright, Pidgeot comes in. Can go for a Hurricane. Goes for a Heat Wave instead. And in a must-win game, may I remind you, he forgot to put Heat Proof on his Bronzong. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think he says it in the chat too. I swear I had Heat Proof.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Like, yeah. Oh, we need to make playoffs. Oh, well, you know.
Whoopsies.
Yeah, like...
Anyway, Scarf Kyurem comes in. Ice Beam. This Scarf Kyurem looks like it might just win with, like, Outrage. If it does have Outrage. But AV Spadef Citrus Berry Superior able to take that hidden power with ease and Dragon Tail it out. Oh my god. Outrage locks in. Now Lando comes in. Does Lando just win? Surely not, right? HP Ice brings this Zygarde low. I guess you're playing around Habanberry for your Outrage sweep. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Zera comes in. HP Ice knocks this out. And then Scarf Ice Beam at this point. You don't even need to be mixed. Just Ice Beam wins. Yeah. E-Speed.
Oh.
Oh. Wasn't this Scarf Zygarde? Or I guess it's just faster than, like, no speed Serp, right? Because I saw this when I was watching it live. I was like, that's Scarf Zygarde. Oh, that's true, actually. No, you're right, you're right.
Yeah. He probably Dragon Tails, too.
So did Skyhorse throw? Because it's locked in Outrage. You just go Scarf Kyurem. And you Ice Beam or Outrage. You KO Zygarde. And then your Lando should live one from +0 Zera. If it does beat the Scarf Kyurem. Thoughts?
I actually don't know.
Depends on the Lando set, I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it doesn't even matter. No. When it's locked into Outrage, you always go Kyurem. You kill it, right? And then versus Zera, like say you Ice Beam here. Then you go Zera, you sack Lando. Then you come in with Kyurem and Outrage. And it kills from 63. Because you live 2 rocks. And that gets rid of the E-Speed. I think Skyhorse choked that.
Damn.
Because surely you have something to kill Zero at 63. It's either Outrage or Earth Power or anything, really. Surely. So Skyhorse loses that. It's 5-2 for DUI. Wow.
Which now leaves an opening for
leaves an opening, yeah.
At this point.
Slime
or sorry,
season...
one of Slime Season, General.
Yeah, Slime or Dino Crisis can both make playoffs if they win their series then. This is good for the DFL record. Shut up.
The scout.
Yeah. Alright, now we have Joshua versus Hopeless. Hopeless, by the way, went for 30k in the auction. Has not won a game so far. Like, he went 0-2 into getting traded, I'm pretty sure. And then permabenched. 0-3 into traded into permabenched. So
I think permabenched. I think he was actually subbed in this game.
Yeah. This was supposed to be Panda versus Joshua, which I would have liked to see. But, oh well.
I'm pretty sure Panda was like out of town all week, so...
Yeah, he was only going to play if he had to. I get it. Alright, Terra Ghost on the Bolt. Terra Poison on the Okie Dokie. Or no, it's Terra Fairy Mismagius. On the other side, it's a normal Gliscor and Grass on the Hydrapple. Terra Grass. Wow. Raging Bolt into Araquanid, but Araquanid does just live that. But Skitter Smack, really? Was that the best use of our Arachnid HP?
We could have
Who's to say?
mirror coded, like, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Who's to say? Who's to say? All right. Knocks off the boots as Roar on Raging Bolt. And then Arachnid stays in on Draco and Endeavors. So it all works out in the end. And then Custap Berry. Okay. He's gonna raw for that.
and never mind, we're just wrong and bad. Like,
yeah. Yeah. Typical. Now Rocks trade, but Tinkaton reveals faster. And also reveals Encore. So probably like a jolly Tinkaton. Trying to outspeed most Gliscors. Knocks off the Toxgorb, not going to matter. But Gigaton, oh, almost KOs. That's close. Then we switch.
You can't afford Ice Hammer there. I think you want coverage for Valiant.
Could you not KO from that range? I guess knockoff. No, you can't.
No, you can't. You definitely can't.
Oh my god, but now the spikes are going up. And not only that, the boots are gone. And the Gliscor lives the flip turn.
Oh.
That's disgusting. And then stays on the spikes. Gets huge chip on Gren. This Gliscor is putting in mad OT. Finally goes down to the Gren. But this is the rare Torrent Greninja in SV. You notice that?
Oh, yeah.
No Battle Bond, no Protean. So what's the vision here? I don't know.
But I don't get that if you're boots. Because I understand it. If you're taking hazards the whole game and you want to get into like torrent range, I think that's like very logical. But if you're boots, then like
it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference. I don't think. I mean, you would have preferred Battle Bond for like a little bit more chip on Val.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, now Jirachi uses up its Colbur Berry on the knockoff and sets up Trick Room. Oh my god.
In comes the Apple Man.
Yep. Life Orb?
That's kind of tough.
That is tough. Crits the Tinkaton. I don't think that mattered. That was a very fast Tinkaton. And this is obviously offensive Hydra Apple. Maybe it did, actually. 67's a lot.
It is a lot, yeah.
I'll say the crit mattered. Now Okie Dokie comes in on the nasty plot. He was trying to stall out turns with the Aloe, baiting a grass move into the Okie Dokie. But now a nasty plot.
Just a free, like,
something beam. Will die. Ooh, or the Earth Power into Mismagius is tough.
Oh wait, he's probably not fickle. Nasty plot. Oh no, sure. No wait, no, he's
nasty Earth Power Giga. Recover maybe?
It's gotta be. Maybe, yeah.
No, right? Surely not.
I feel like if you had fickle beam, you'd have clicked it there, but
you would think.
Maybe not.
Mismagius switches out to Okie Dokie here on the grass move. Yeah, so he made it out of that one alive. Really great pivoting from Joshua, but also just doesn't have fickle or something like that. I don't know. Glamora gonna be sacked off to Okie Dokie here. CC crit. Only matters if this Glim was Scarf, I think. But I think this Okie Dokie's probably Scarf as well. I know Trickavai really likes Scarf Okie Dokie. It's been like a tendency of theirs.
Yeah.
And then Valiant, thanks to the T-Spike and double hazards, is going to 2-hit KO Alamola. Nemus Magius comes in. And then we sack Jirachi here. It's just going to go down to Shadow Ball next turn. And now the question is, can Mismagius 1v1 the Hydra Apple?
If it's combined, it probably can.
It's nasty plot?
Oh, actually that works too. Yeah, no, that works too. That works too.
I don't like this Giga Drain. I think you needed to nasty plot there.
Nasty plot into Giga Drain?
Yeah. So you know it's very Mismagius, you know it's Draining Kiss, and this is what's going to happen to you now. Look at this.
Yeah, and
it just goes back up to full every time.
Yeah. What was he at before he Giga Drained? Was he like
100? Like full after spikes.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, nasty plot's definitely the play there. Yeah.
That's a yikes Giga Train. Yeah. And then now, yeah, I'm gonna die. That's tough.
Had he nasty plotted, I
That's tough.
think he won.
I think
Not
he
gonna
won
lie.
easily. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Maybe the Okie Dokie still had it in the end with the Scarf Gunk Shot, because it was Terragrass, Hydrapple, and Valiant last. But surely it had Vacuum Wave, and after all those
Or
hazards...
Shadow Sneak or something, yeah.
Well, for Gran, you always pack Vacuum Wave, right? Because it's Battle Bond.
Mm-hmm. Could have both, if it's like Scarf Mismagius or something.
Mm-hmm.
Never know.
We unbanned Flutter and GG's. So true. Alright, got one more series to go over, and this one is a real doozy. This one is crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
The fan favorites.
Yeah. Alright, who was game one?
Slam season.
Slime season. Slime season. Yeah. Game 2, 3. 4.
The only order I remember is game 8.
Yeah. Everything else and then game 8. Can't wait for game 8, or at least I think it's game 8. Yeah, game 8 is the that's the one.
It's legendary. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys are liking the stream, be sure to like the stream. Hey, bars.
Oh, you're right. My
Yeah, we
bad.
got 36 viewers, only 16 likes. You know, I gotta say it at least once every stream. Otherwise, you know, the algorithm does not favor me. This is so sad. Anyways, if you like the stream, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, helps me out. For reference, my game officially ends at like turn 23. Everything after is a formality. Alright, fair enough.
Don't be a foresight.
We have Dougal versus Nerf. Alright. Ogerpon Mirror, interesting. But one side has a go-go and the other side does not. Let's see if this will impact how the game goes.
This is the legal go-go, by the way.
Yes, this is the legal go-goat. This one is 18. Everything, yeah. DUI's go-goat, yep. Alright, so let's see, Terra types. That's just gonna be water. Yep. It's Terragrass Quillfish, but I don't expect that to be clicked. We see a double Intimidate immediately on the Ogerpon as spikes go up. And yeah, that's tough. A taunt here on the Gliscor coming in, I guess, prevents rocks. And Ogerpon just comes right back in on the Lando, and that's rough. Because now Quillfish has to come in again. You get the double Intimidate again, but another spike is going up. And you don't have removal. Like 3 layers up on turn 5. And all you have to show for it is the Ogerpon took a crunch, right? The go-go difference. Yep. And Nerf is just catching all these switches with Ogerpon over and over again. And like at this point, now the U-turns are coming out with max layers up. And now Rock's going up? Yeah, this is so... It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just go go-goat. Lando comes in so you can maybe get rocks up, but no Roar. And now the the Quillfish Hisui is basically dead. And you could just go Gliscor. This is like the best thing about Gliscor, is it just completely blanks so many like low tier mons, where they're just completely useless in a matchup.
They're useless, yeah.
Yeah. But then like Gliscor versus a lot of these high tier mons, it's like okay. It's like gonna get 3 KO'd most of the time versus a lot of strong things, but versus these low tier stuff, it gets infinite switch-ins. So yeah. We needed a spike up and we weren't spikes on Quillfish. Well, that's an issue, right? Here's a good play, right? Volt switches on the Synthesis. Now Valiant comes in, Shadow Claws the Goldango, but it doesn't even 2-hit KO, which is crazy from Life Orb Valiant. So literally max bold Goldango. This is always like a challenging thing with like the Valiant matchup versus a lot of these guys, is Goldango is max Fizdef into Shadow Claw, but if he was like max Fizdef into Shadow Ball, he's just 2-hit KO'd, you know? You have to make that call ahead of time, which is so rough. Yeah, Demon SD, I mean, he expected like a switch or a recover, which I think is probably too much to ask for, right? You're asking me crit if you're like recovering on Shadow Claws like that.
Yeah.
So he just goes for the Make It Rain, which is a totally reasonable play. Dougal doesn't see it and just loses his Valiant. Now Ogerpon in, but Go-Goat takes only 22. And now if this is Sword Stance Ogerpon, maybe it can brute force through the Go-Goat, but it does have Roar, so unlikely actually. And now you go Rotom on the Leech Seed. Yeah, every turn right from Nerf so far. That's kind of rough.
He actually has gotten every turn right.
The only turn he got wrong was like the Volt Switch on Synthesis with Ogerpon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But like even then it wasn't that bad.
That's
And then
just...
EV'd, question mark, like lives the +2 overheat and gets a Toxic on the Rotom Heat, and then the Protect is like really brutal, I think.
We back. Like...
Yeah. I think he's still like kind of in range of overheat at 40. Oh, lives on 2 again.
Nope.
Man. Gliscor the Undying. Now you just go Go-Goat, right? Yeah. And this was over on like turn 5. Let's be real.
Yeah, this was brutal. Like...
Ice Punch. It's Rocky Helmet Go-Goat with Roar. And that means the Metagross is almost dead. Oh my god. Ogerpon sack. And now what? Metagross comes in for its final switch in. You can just go Goldango if you want. You can go Cinderace. There's so many things you can go to here. It's Custap Metagross, and he scouts that by going Gliscor. Oh,
that was crazy. Yeah, that's a...
That was raw.
Yeah.
That was so raw. Earthquakes to knock it out. Now Ogerpon comes in, finally Terras. Gliscor is just going to get sacked off because the Go-Go's at 55. You can't switch it in on Ivy right now. But you can go to it now and just go for a Horn Leech. Takes 30, so if that crit... Low-key, there was an opening, but no such luck. I think Serapagos still had it in the endgame if that crit. No problem. Especially because it's defensive Lando. It wasn't sweeping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trapos comes in. I think it had Ice Beam too. Yeah, Ice Beam.
Yeah.
That's going to be the game. Really well played from Nerf, I'm not going to lie. The build was great. I think I mocked Dougal for this. Did I? I think we mocked. Or was that like a previous week? I don't remember actually. I think I mocked him the previous week. But like the team he's using is very, very weak to spikes. No, I definitely mocked him the previous week because last week I didn't even mock my own teammates like that much. Like I didn't build for everyone because we already locked. Whatever. Break week. So now what?
For sure.
Slime season up 1-0. Not max layers 10 turns in. Yeah. Alright, now we have Zooch versus Toxic. Alright. Now this is the Hydrapple versus Raging Bolt, which this team used to have a Raging Bolt and they dropped it for Hydrapple at mids. We were the beneficiaries. We picked up the Bolt. And yeah. So now we have a Valiant Bolt team, but
I actually learned the origin of how that happened because we were as in call with Zing, and he was like just up randomly, and he like pinged you guys. He's like, "Yo, guys, should I just like take the Bolt or whatever?" And then he just waited like 20 minutes and just took it anyway. Like...
Yeah. Well, in our server, we were like, "Yeah, just take it, bro. We can figure this out later. Yeah. It's Valiant Bolt. How can it be bad?"
How can it be bad?
Yeah. And now that draft is like 6-1, so worked out, I guess. Dropping Bolt has to be a war crime. I mean, you have to understand the Hydrapple stocks are at an all-time high right now. We're peaking. Like, right now. I swear a lot of the Hydrapple losses are because it's being misplayed. Like, Hydrapple always looks like Jesus.
Yeah, it does.
I can't even lie. That is the truth.
It's just got crazy stats. Like, it's strong, it's bulky,
Exactly,
and it
your
has
dunk.
regen.
It finished negative, but if you look at the games, they're all throws. Like, every single one is a throw. I can't believe it. Dropping Bolt has to be a war crime. Yeah, I just read that. Hydrapple is the GOAT. Yeah. Right, Terra types here. We see Ghost Hydrapple, Ghost Bolt. Yep. Carbink leads off. You're right about the second point. Even this game, Hydrapple was worth like 3 mons, but the rest of the team did nothing. Yeah, it's like a disease, I guess, that Hydrapple has this season. Where it's just the GOAT, but it can't win. That used to be like Bolt's niche, right?
Yeah, now people are just like
the narrative with Bolt was always it's the best mon on a bad team always because it doesn't fill any roles and it costs so much. So like the rest of the team tends to struggle a bit, but I mean it's definitely positive this season. All right, Calm Mind Landorus to 1v1 the Zap. 79.
Oh my god.
Holy. Oh, gets confused though? Oh no full confusion. Right. Good stuff. Alright, now Surf Gren. 38 to Bronzong, I'm not really sure. Depends on investment, if we can tell the item from that.
It was yeah. I mean, it's not boosting item Gren, so.
Yeah. Ghost into Ghost. We see a Jetpack Draco for some momentum. And we see a Dragon Tail into a Rocky Helmet into Samurott switch. Oh my god.
That's like the worst thing.
How could it possibly be worse? How could that turn ever be worse? Like, oh my god. Holy. Now Infernape comes in on the knockoff. Sure, fair enough. You can get your rocks up now. Boom. Now Sneasler comes in. Hydrapple is boots, so can switch in. Has to fear Throat Chop, I guess?
Or like Fling, yeah.
Yeah, so scouts it by sacking Carbink. Now Hydrapple back in. This time the Sneasler switches out. And Dragon Tails the Zong again. Takes Helmet and forces a switch. Raging Bolt comes in. Does it have Terra Blast? It's faster. Oh no, it's Dragon Tail. Okay.
Oh.
That makes way more sense. Hydrapple comes in again on the Volt switch. 22. Yep, now Samurott comes in. At this point, you have to bite the bullet and stay in, I think. Sax Infernape, I don't really like that. You're gonna be forced to take the Hydrapple hit anyways. Like, Jirachi is your Samurott switch, and, like, come on. I think at some point, just take the Ceaseless, Giga it back, and try to regen it off. Maybe he's worried about getting knocked. Like, the boots are important, but...
I think it's only delaying the inevitable, to be honest.
Okay, Cosmic Power Jirachi, and then Bronzong lands the Hypnosis, gets the free Lando switch, and that's going to KO you at +1. Yeah. This does mean that Gren gets to come in. It is boots. Can KO something here, right? No, Sneasler actually takes nothing from that. 40? Wow. Hydrapple comes in. Yeah, actually Adamant. Misses 2 gunk shots. Shout out. Goes for the Fickle. That also does nothing. Like, there's like AV Citrus. Oh. Alright, Zong goes down to the all-out.
It's actually not over, because Tox's team is like extremely low. Except for Terrapagos. But...
yeah, Terrapagos is going to stop Gren, but what's stopping the Hydrapple is the question. Maybe Samurott plus Lando Earth Power is probably the way you have to do it. Yeah, for sure. So finally, gets the boots knocked off. And goes for a recover, but you can't exactly recover this off. It's doing half. Yeah. And then here, I don't like this. Like...
yeah, I don't like that.
What was the point? Yeah, I don't think you can make that play. It's Scarf Sam, but you got your Hydrapple knocked for literally no reason. I don't like that. Now Terrapagos comes in. Dark Pulse, is it Flinch?
A Flinch high key could have won him the game here, I think.
Well, flinch doesn't even put it in range. You'd need 2 flinches.
Oh wait, yeah, never mind.
And then like there's also the possibility of Thunderclap, right? And this Raging Bolt isn't Terra Blast, so
Well, does
it
Dark
probably
Pulse
is.
into Hydra not kill, or does he like not have Hydra?
It has Surf, so
Surf.
it could be Hydro Last.
That's probably not. Yeah.
But it could also be like extra sensory to Oko Sneasler. It's also reasonable. Oh, it's sub last move. Sure. Wait, it's sub. How much was Knockoff doing?
Actually, yeah, I don't even think Hydra kills. Never mind.
Knockoff did 38, so no item actually does break sub. Yeah, it did 26. You can't sub on the thing. Yeah, this endgame sequence was weird for sure. But also, I think he lost anyways.
That was a good combo as well on recovery. Puts you in Lander's range.
Honestly, this Lando did so much this game. Kill the Jirachi.
Very rare Lando eye performance in S3.
And like soloed the Zapdos. Yeah. Kind of broken. We need to ban this guy. Thoughts?
No.
Anyway, Slime Season up to an early 2-0 lead. And remember, if they win this series, they're in playoffs. This is high stakes. Right, AM22 versus A12. The GOAT has Diggersby on his team. How could he lose? Lando I is high-key better than Lando T. That's just not true.
That's
literally
not
wrong.
True.
But okay. And we see immediate turn 1 NASCAR Sleep Powder Venusaur. Hits the Mew. Immediate hard Diggersby on the second turn of sleep.
That is so aura. Like
SD on the third turn of sleep. Earthquake
like,
on the Heatran. Oh my god. Donphan takes the Sturdy for the Earthquake chip. Alright, so Diggersby basically just got 2 kills at lead. Swag. Now, Togekiss comes in. We expect this to be Scarf in this matchup, probably. He goes Arrow, expecting an Air Slash, but Dazzling Gleam comes out. Does 59%. Now Mew can pivot in, but the damage has been done. This Arrow, the HP was kind of important. Now U-turns on the Mew. Diggersby comes in again, but this time, you know, it's guaranteed to wake up. And Diggersby's in range of Psychic. Now Arrow comes in. And the Stone Edge lands a little bit to the left, which this was revealed to be Choice Banded Arrow. Which would kill the Mew. Some might call that unlucky. Some might. Anyways, fast Sleep Powder. Hits again. And now you can just go for a Sludge Bomb. Yeah. Fish for a Poison. Oh, it's Eject button on the Jellicent to get Scolipede in for free.
Ooh,
Sword Stances on the Venusaur, which cannot use Sleep Powder. And now Infernape does have Overheat, but +2 Scolipede is pretty strong. Does it KO? And it just KOs the Infernape because it's a Life Orb. Yeah, and Scolipede is just going to win this one, it looks like. Blastoise comes in, dies from full. God damn.
That was really good sequencing by AM.
Yeah. It looked really over at the beginning. But then he saw that once the Scolipede gets its SD off, he can win. All because the Aerodactyl took that Dazzling Gleam. Like, this arrow was at full, it would have been able to check the Scolipede, but actually it died to the Mew as well. On Ape, I could have been Eevee to live Poison Jab. I mean, yeah, hindsight, I guess. But here, yeah, you just Poison Jab, you never miss. And
that's a tough call to make, though, because he could easily be like Aqua Tail as well.
Yeah, or like Earthquake, or yeah.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be the game.
It's a hindsight thing.
Really strong early game from A12, but AM22, I mean, cool, calm, and collected, right? So that's 3-0. 3-0 for Slime Season. Is starting to run away with it. And now we have Rob Jr. versus Hydra. Now, Hydra has had a great season so far. Rob Jr., he's been, like, pretty reasonable, I think, right?
I actually have no idea, to be honest. Let me check.
I think he was, like...
he was, like, 3-2.
Yeah, I think 3-2 sounds right. going into this week. Anyways, Hydra was like
Very silent 3-2. Not gonna lie.
yeah, Hydra was like 5-1 going into this, right? Or like 4-2, something like that. Just want to say my worst matchup yet. That's tough, buddy. Nothing the last couple of weeks compared to this. 4-1. Yeah, great season. But obviously this is going to be tough. This Slowbro, it like blanks a lot of your Pokemon, right? Just Spadef Slowbro. And then, what? Like Victini, Nidoqueen, and Primarina. They're all actually just liabilities, you know? Rob 3-2, I believe? Yeah. Makes sense. Hydra was cooking this season? Yep. You do have a Zera, but the Lando, right? Just kind of blanks that. So, like, there's defensive answers for everything. Right. Primarina versus Slowbro lead. Immediate sub on predicted status move. Gets that right. Now, with sub like this, I would expect, like, a Calm Mind to come out. But, no. Just goes for a Moonblast. Does 32 as Light Screen comes out. Is it not Calm Mind? Had to get a Miracle or Rob to get several strokes. Yeah. Goes for a Scald Burn on AG. Doesn't get it. I feel like a sub Calm Mind Primarina would have been really fantastic here. Like, what does Rob even do? He has to sack a Pokemon immediately. Like, I guess Light Screen's up, so it's not a sack, but you have to sack significant HP on something, at least. Yeah, it's kind of tough when you have a sub Pokemon, where even if you get the sub up, it still loses to the Mon in front of it. Oh, Jet? I don't like Jet. No, Calm Mind for sure outvalues, but I didn't see your mocks, so fair enough. U-turns on Cinderace, back into Prim. This probably means his Kibi Berry, right? No lefties coming in on Cinderace. No Scald Burn again. Corviknight comes in on Slowbro. Reveals Toxic Light Screen Teleport, so last move probably Scald? I don't know. I would assume Scald. Alright, Pyro Ball into Protect Corviknight. So with the Auga and the Protect, you're actually trying to PP stall Pyro Balls, which there's only 3 left. So, going pretty well so far. Victini comes in, takes the U-turn into Slowbro. U-turns, but what takes advantage of Slowbro? It's going to be Zeraora. Alright, Lando T comes in on this for free. You can just knock this off, though. I did 13. Oh my god.
That's sad. Yeah.
Depressing.
The Zera Orlando matchup in Switch is like
it's so impossible.
So depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's depressing. Like
yeah, what are you gonna do? Run Specs Hyper Voice? Like, get a job. And there is the Scald on Slowbro like expected, and it does get the Scald Burn on Prim first try. A little bit unlucky, but this Prim wasn't actually breaking anything anyways. There's the super valuable Aqua Jet. So glad we have that over Calm Mind. Yeah, my bad, bro. It's too funny though. Normal Gem Hyper Beam Zera. Yeah, thank you for your contribution. Yeah. Maybe you could be like bulk up weakness policy plus Adrenaline Orb plus Reflect is up and your Shuka Berry. And even then I think you still lose to Lando. It's so rough. Honestly, you probably need to just have Zera double out into like Specs Hydreigon in this matchup. Because like Specs Hydreigon will kill something and the Lando switch is really forced by the Zera. So if you just make that double like 3 times, you should be fine,
especially
right?
Dark Pulse. Like Dark Pulse looks really
yeah, there's
really
no
good
dark
into this
there's no dark
phase.
resist and he can't sack Lando because then Zera will 6-0. So it's probably something like that that you had to go for. Like trying to knock the Lando on the switch. Like clicking knockoff means that you're predicting Lando. So you may as well just double to your Hydreigon, right? Because you're predicting Lando
knock
either
once
way.
is fine because you get
Knock
rid of
once
like
is fine,
a
yeah.
potential like whatever item, but
The issue was I always just lose every time Nidalego comes in. I mean, you have
True.
you have a Nidoqueen. Like that should be enough to hold it off for at least a little bit, right? A 1 timeout? No, that's like a 2 or 3 timeout. Oh my god, that took 92. Yeah, offensive Nidoqueen for sure is like a 1 timeout, but I think you could have been like Spadef leftovers or Black Sledge, right?
How much does like Side Shock do?
It'll do a lot, right? It's Life Orb Nihilego as well.
Yeah. I could see that Life Orb speed boost
Or like
just being really tough. Yeah.
just Max Spadef Corviknight as well could probably handle it reasonably enough. I guess T-Bolt, right? Nihilego
like
just has a really good matchup. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he said like just like 70.
Does this team have Palossand on it? Or is that a different team I'm thinking of? No, it's a different team for sure, right?
No, that's a different team. That's a different team. That's the DOI team.
Even Spadef Corv takes like 47 to 55 from Life Orb T-Bolt. Yeah. I mean, it's just a good bring, the Life Orb.
Nihilego is really good as well in Switch. I feel like it's underrated.
Okay, like a long time ago, I drafted a Nihilego on one of my Switch teams in a team tour, and I'm not gonna lie, that thing was benched like 80% of the weeks. And ever since then, I'm like, man, Nihilego is just, it's not bringable. Like, we would try in mocks, and then it's just like so ass. But I guess the meta has evolved to a point where Nihilego is now coming into its own. Like, you see stuff like Victini being like really popular, as well as like no Spectre means a lot of like the super fat blanket Spadef walls, they're just not drafted as much.
They're not drafted, yeah.
So Nihilego kind of is able to like come in and do a little bit better. You drafted Z and Nihilego in a Usum League and dropped it week 2. Wait,
that's
3 types of Z? Oh, dude. That's not a real rule set.
That's something that they did at the start of like Sun and Moon, bro. Not even Ultra Sun and Moon.
Yeah, like that's like a what 7-8-year-old rule set.
Yeah. Like...
Either way, back to the game. The game was just over. Gets there and before rocks. Goat rewarded with 10% on Landorus.
Too tough.
He's too tough. Oh, dude. It's just too funny. Oh. Alright. Corp comes in, defogs. Honestly, you could have gone Nihilego there. Or like, poured into it, but I guess there's no reason to, right? Slowbro can stay in. Fish for a Scald Burn. You're like never punished for it.
This is just really sad to watch, but I'd imagine for Hydra, this is just really like depressing to play. Like...
Yeah, it's like a car crash in slow motion. Like you know the game's over. And then Culver Slowbro as well. Ugh. Like man, what am I supposed to do? It's Haban Hydreigon, so not a 6-0 hashtag. Goat. But yeah, now everything's basically in Aegis range. So if it gets an auto, it wins. If Nihilego gets like a speed boost, it wins. Like, there's nothing to do anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Paragym collects one here, so...
It's special attack booster.
Yeah, that looked extremely rough. Jesus.
I mean, it's
it's special attack. It's not even speed boost.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a tough matchup versus a very strong opponent. I think Rob Jr. is like a very strong guy.
Yeah.
Wait. I've had to draft for someone in a VGC league where basically you could only tear it into types you didn't draft. What?
What? Wait, no. There's multiple things wrong with that
layers
statement.
To that. There's layers.
First of all, it's VGC. Like, what?
Bro.
Why are we drafting types in VGC? Like...
Yeah. But also, don't most people do that anyways? Like, the actual steel types and the actual fairy types in VGC, they're like generally bad, but the Terra types are so strong.
Yeah.
Like I see that so often, I feel like, where you don't draft a steel type, but then you pull up to a team and you see in the Terra preview, there's like 4 Terra steels. I swear I see it every week. But anyways, let's wrap this game up. Oh, Taunt is nice. That was awesome. But you don't have like Thunder, so there's no punish. Yeah, this is over.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, Mungus sounds broken. You draft a grass type, you don't get a spore immunity. Well, your grass type is the spore immunity. So you don't need the Terra. Yeah, that's actually insane though, Clies. What? Yo, can we do that rule set for the 8th slot in DCL?
Yeah, true. Like, I'm posting that on forums right now.
Yeah.
Just taking notes.
BRB making a forum post. I made a troll post. Did anyone respond?
No, when was this?
In the format thing. Oh, no one responded. They just liked the post. I said,
No.
This is what I said. I'll show you. I like SP4.
Smiley face.
Basically, SP4 is swag, cash money, super cool, and then we get even more Hydra Apple. Yeah, I'm raw for that. I swear, I was like, I'm gonna make an actual forum post with like serious points and everything, but by the time I got around to it, everyone was kind of like already did that. So I was like, whatever, I'll just say I support SP4.
Honestly, yeah, like
it's all good. He started the rule announcement by yapping about the Royal 3. I can look for the copy pasta, it broke my brain. Please send that to me, I need that in my life. I really need it. You don't understand. Alright, now, so here's the sad thing, right? After these 4 games,
Dino Crisis are knocked out.
Dino Crisis are knocked out of playoffs. They cannot make it. So, Slime Season, we already know from the previous series, if Slime Season wins 1 out of 4, they make playoffs. This is kind of crazy, right? Maybe if I had more time to cook, I could maybe find a win path. But answering Life Orb, Nihilego, and Scarf Ments, and Charcoal / Banned Cinderace plus Banned Weakness Policy shook a Jesus Asia / was already gonna be cooked. It's Slime Season, hell yeah, Cinerad. But yeah, so they need to win 1 out of 4. Odds are they could do it, right? Sammy C versus Pyonox. Both of these guys are having excellent
this team
seasons.
preview, by the way. Like Bibarel
versus Garbodor,
Sharpedo, Komodo. Like what the hell? Like...
Yeah, this is definitely like a unique team. I don't like how you are setting this up. I'm sure a lot of people don't like it either.
I'm sure Slime Season don't like it either.
Hey, it's all for the foreshadowing, right? But anyways, these guys having really fantastic seasons. Sammy is like 5-1. Pyonox is 4-1, I think, going into this. So yeah, 2 heavy hitters. Alright, turn 1 Volt switch onto Coco switch. Now Steelix comes in for rocks. Nature's Madness misses. That's a little bit rough. Does connect the next turn though, and Toxic comes out, so Coco is Toxic. I would assume a Toxic again this turn, to be honest. No double Toxic, just KOs the Coco. Never mind. It's Mago Berry. So probably Rock's going up again, if I had to guess. Also, this Steelix notably is an even HP number. And you know what this means? This Steelix is Iapapa Berry, or Super Berry, because you run this to guard against Z Nature's Madness Coco, bringing you to 25, and then you get back to 75. Because if you run an odd HP, you get to 26, and then you die. Like, so you have to be even HP in the Coco matchup. Right, Zapdos comes in on the Sharpedo, does 30, so very physically defensive on the Zapdos, it seems. Como comes in. This gen there is no Hurricane, so it's a pretty safe switch. Mew comes in, and just gonna Dazzling Gleam. So this lead Mew was Dazzling Gleam Volt switch. I assume that means it's like 4 attacks weakness policy or something. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe AV, maybe Expert Belt. Either way, whoa, the Serp is dead. Why is the Serp dead? Why did it
We have a LoqP, like...
Why did it have to die? And he predicted spikes and went for a taunt.
He's in.
In. Everyone type in the chat.
I don't remember this game at all. What the hell? Like, I don't remember seeing a Bibarel.
Oh my god, Bibarel. He's so in. Mew comes in. Endure. Oh my god, it's Salicberry Bibarel.
Nah, Pyonox is Jesus, bro. Like
He's so
actually.
in. Is it Ice Shard? Yep, it's Ice Shard.
Oh,
So I thought this would be like Aqua Jet and like outspeed the Ice Shard, and then the Weavile would be like in range of rocks or something, or even just die.
Yeah.
It's +4, you know. But no Aqua Jet, unfortunately, and it's gonna go down. So out. Sharpedo comes in for a liquidation KO. I don't know if you needed to sack here. The Zapdos is at full and can take 2. But regardless, Steelix is going to go down, which means that the Coco is a little bit more annoying. It was Jet, so he just didn't click it. That's a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Like, the Weavile's coming, you have to assume it's Ice Shard, right? Whatever. I guess you can justify it saying, if it isn't Ice Shard, then you win on the spot, but, like, come on.
I feel like that's just not worth it, though. Like,
It's actually because it's Scarf Weavile. Is it Scarf Shard? That's crazy.
oh, really? Oh, okay.
Okay, never
he
mind.
probably did click Jet then.
Yeah. Okay, that's actually crazy.
My
though.
bad.
That's actually crazy. Alright, we find Sceptile versus Como. Does not Mega Evolve so that it can live the Clanging Scales, but it's actually Scarf Como. So it's just going to pick one up with Clanging Scales anyways. And now what? Mew comes in. Sure. Klefki going to get sacked off. Yep, Dazzling Gleam. Makes sense. And now what? Coco comes in, but I don't think Coco kills this. Oh, it's Scarf
like...
Mew.
Oh.
Oh.
I was going to say, this looks like
Oh.
AV Mew. Never mind.
Me when I lie. Oh, and then goes Zapdos on the Protect. That was a really important turn. If you attack there, I think you just win.
Yeah,
but it's like a 50-50, right? Because
well,
if you attack into Dazzling Gleam, you lose. So it's like actually a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
But here you're able to Mega Evolve. You can't Protect again because the Zapdos is gonna roost. And then Low Kick Weavile, it is.
Scarf Weavile, yeah.
It gets Aqua Jetted, but it's. Scarf...
Oh yeah, he knows it's Scarf because.
Yeah, because he Aqua Jetted earlier. Yeah. So it's knowledge that the viewer doesn't have. Yeah. And then here it reveals like it's faster than the Scarf Como. But Scarf Mew on top of it. Hell yeah, bro. And Sammy C ends the season 6-1. Really impressive performance from him.
He's definitely getting Dave Roberts, like, for sure.
Yeah, right?
Well, he's gonna get Dave Roberts and Usum MVP, probably, right?
That's actually raw.
That's kind of tough.
Mm-hmm. Alright, now we have Castelia versus Kaif. But again, Kaif is using a team with a 0 Hypnosis Mon, so it's looking a little bit rough in the team matchup. I'm only half joking. Alright. Terra Fairy Mew. We see Terra Grass Heatran. We see Terra Ground on the Enam. Alright. Shout out the Beso. When's game of the season? We got 3 more games left.
3 games including this, yeah.
This, 1 more, and then we have the game of the season. Alright. Heatran versus Meow. Immediate trick turn 1. As rocks go up. So this Heatran forced out immediately. Goes Gengar on a Meowscarada. That is too tough. Now Tinglu comes in on the Gengar. And
I'm actually surprised.
Oh,
never mind. Actually, that's a good bring. I was going to say, what do you even do as Gengar versus Tinglu? But
yeah, you trick or you just hit your Focus Blast.
Nasty Plot Life or Focus Blast or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now Sludge Wave only does 10. Shout out. But now Tusk can come in because it's Scarf Tinglu. Goes locked into Ruination, which, like, good chip, right? But you're going to get the spin off, and the rocks are not really going back up. Rocky Helmet Corv, actually. Maybe you can.
That's just sad. What the hell?
Oh my god. 34?
Like, hello? Timid?
Timid is crazy. Oh my god. Okay. Are we modest Tusk? Yeah. And these rocks are going up, and you can spin block with Helmet now.
No.
Dude. Okay, but Nasty Plot Mew with the light screen up. Blastoise sacked off, okay. Ting Lu comes in. It should be able to eat 1 hit and Whirlwind. Oh,
Yeah.
it's over. It's over. The game is over. 45. It only has U-turn. You just taunt again.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to Beso. Dodges Ruination. That didn't matter.
Time to Beso.
Oh my god. This Mew's just gonna win.
Poor Kaif, man. I'm pretty sure he got 6-0 last week as well. That's so
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Poor dude. So Mew ends up in this exchange at 76. Enam comes in, goes for a Calm Mind, trying to, you know, live a Draining Kiss and do some actual meaningful damage back, but it's still to it KO'd by Draining Kiss. Okay, we just kissing each other. They smooching.
They do
You Beso'd your last Beso is a crazy.
The brain rot needs to stop, bro.
It's too funny,
no.
man. And this Mew's like Fizz Def. Yeah, this is the team that got 6-0'd by basically this exact set on a Mesprit last week, and now they just put it on a Mew, which is just even better. Like, you just can't win as Kaif, I think.
No.
Yep, and that's gonna be the game.
He got kissed up.
Alright, so now it's 4-2. You still have 2 more chances to win to lock playoffs. That's all you need, right? And then you have this matchup here.
Teams? What the hell are these teams?
This is new Oras. You wouldn't get it. Oh my god, dude. We see Sand versus Rain. Shout out. Talonflame Guard Sand got me. Yeah. Okay, but this team loses to Poliwrath in Rain. Like, can you believe it?
It actually kind of does. Yeah.
No, I'm not joking. It just loses. The Polymere is so crazy.
What's the fight? It doesn't get a good fighting move, does
It gets
it?
Drain
It's like
Punch, right?
Super. No, not in Gen 6.
Oh, no?
I think it has to rely on superpower or something.
I mean, that's fine, right? I'm
Yeah.
okay with running superpower on my Poliwrath.
Yeah, like it's fine.
Honestly, I just run like either Banded or like Fizz Def Bulk Up.
Oh, never mind. Its best move is Focus Blast. Okay.
It's just Focus Blast? You're kidding, right? Wait, no.
No, it doesn't.
I
get,
remember
like,
I drafted
bro,
it in ADV.
Submission or something.
I drafted it in ADV, right? And its best physical move is Circle Throw and Submission. Yeah. So you have to run Mixed on it because it doesn't get a fighting move. It gets Focus Punch and that's it. So you run Sub, Focus Punch.
Does it knock a Brick Break?
I don't think so. Does it?
Bro.
Maybe it does. Maybe I'm just lying.
No way.
Are we fact checking this right now?
I mean, if someone wants to, yeah, go off.
Poliwrath. It gets Brick Break, yeah. It also gets Power Up Punch. Wow. Oh, it does, yeah. It actually does lose to regular guard tracing Swift Swim, though. Yeah, that's another thing that you can do. You can trace the Swift Swim and then Mega, and because of Aura's speed mechanics, your Mega Guard gets Swift Swim for a turn.
Swift Swim.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of raw. Run like Life Orb Poliwrath with Swift Swim, and after a while, you just rebuilt it with these defensive goobers. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I get it, right? There's a Weavile, there's a Mega Swampert, you want a Fizzdef Poliwrath as well. I feel like you could also just be like Fizzdef Banded or something and like actually do damage. Life Orb Poliwrath did 40 to Pharaoh. That's tough, man. That's actually tough. But Pharaoh isn't like the threat here. I don't know. Let's get into the game. Ferrothorn leads off into the Talonflame, lead goat, like I said. Brave Bird into the Politoed. Looks like that's Choice Banded and 2-hit KOs. Either that or it's like offensive Politoed. But like, I choose to believe that's Banded. Now Poliwrath does come in on Swampert as Tentacruel is doubled into. Sure, free Tyranitar. Oh, T-Spikes up is really dangerous for Ponytail. And rocks go up. And we just lost our T-Tar. Oh, that's awesome. So no more weather in this game. That's cool, I guess. Is staying in there not like completely crazy?
Yes, it is.
Do you actually need T-Tar though? Like, what does T-Tar even do? Yeah, like
Tangrowth.
I think you go Talonflame, because you don't surf into like Water Absorb Poliwrath or Tangrowth.
Yeah.
Anyways, Bravebird just picks one up. Shout out. Don't need T-Tar, we just need rocks.
Oh my god,
that's fair
there's
enough.
no Flying Resist, wait.
Yeah. So now Drill comes in to spin, right? Gets rid of the rocks and the T-Spikes, which is pretty big. Just gonna rock again. Kind of wish this was the Leftovers Excadrill to just spin a little bit easier on the Pharaoh, because yeah, double Hazard Pharaoh. They run this every week. And then Will-O-Wisp. Dude, trace the Iron Barbs. This Ferrothorn would have been dead. You just wish here? I think you just wish here. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now do you Mega? Yeah, you just Hyper Voice.
Free here.
Hyper Voice, protect Hyper Voice. And then the Pharaoh's dead. I mean, the Custap is cute, but okay.
What?
Boom Boom Pow. I get it. And then Spexkeld has to trade HP with Guard. And it's looking pretty good for Dino Crisis here.
Okay.
It's just Weavile left and Mega Swampert. Guard is going to go down here, but Drill comes in, can potentially spin on this if you're Choppleberry for low kick. We just go hard
Spin
Swampert
makes sense,
though.
yeah, because you have your... Oh, never mind.
Is it Scarf? Oh, it's Scarf Drill.
Why
yeah,
is it called
Scarf.
Wiggler? What?
Okay, man. Ice Crash does 22 to Poliwrath, which means it's probably banded Weavile. And just Scald the Swampert.
Oh, I remember I was watching this game with Call, and people were like, oh, he's probably scouting for Vacuum Wave there. And I was like, but Poliwrath doesn't get Vacuum Wave. And everyone was like, no, yeah, it does. Like 5 people were screaming like, yeah, it does. I was like, oh, my bad. Sorry, I'm not a Poliwrath expert. Like...
Yeah. Yeah. Does it have Vacuum Wave this turn? Let's find out. Nope. It just doesn't get it. See?
Yeah, see, like...
Alright. And the Poliwrath goobing has concluded. And oh my god, it's 4-3.
Oh no.
Not only that, this is the Rage 77 subbing in for Lax versus Pi. Was Pi subbing in for someone? I think he was, right?
Yeah, no, Pi got slotted this week.
Oh,
but
Pi got slotted. Yeah.
Was a replacement this season for Apologies, who dropped because of like MIA, or he went MIA or whatever.
God, 12% burn feels criminal. Yep, shout out Oras. Oras 3 redeemed. Megaguard Talonflame Excadrill, the truth. Okay, buddy, the all caps is a little extreme. Played Gen 6, but it was Omega Casual. Yeah. I mean, back then it was like, we're all just here to have a good time. Now it's serious, bruh. Alright. It's true, though. I mean, truth is subjective, isn't it? I don't know. But anyways, I make you rage. The Rage 77. This is the guy. Yeah, he's coming in with basically some lax heat. And he has to... So, here's the thing, right? Dinos are out of playoffs, but they can play spoiler for Slime Season. This is a must-win game for Pi. If he loses, they are out of the tournament. But also, it's like... Trick of Eye really needs Rage to win.
They need Rage to win.
They need it so badly. And this was the last game of the season. So all the stakes... They know. They know the stakes. It was a Panda build actually for Rage. Yeah, so Panda built this team, kind of, right? From my understanding, it was a Panda build and a Lax build, and then they kind of mixed the two with the sets they liked from both. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. Maybe someone told me the wrong thing, but that's what I heard. It was Rage build into me building into Panda build. Yeah. But I mean, you're gonna see what I mean by it's a Lax build, trust me. Alright, Terra types. We have Ghost Shaman and Water Urshifu Dark. They want to be Rapid Strike so bad. And then Stellar Enam and Flying Quillfish on the other side. Did Panda have something writing on this game? I think he just wanted to eliminate Trick of Eye. I don't know. Because Lax couldn't build, so Rage was doing most of it. I helped him when we were down 0-2. Oh, you're trying to save our season. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, Deoxys into Deoxys lead. From the pressures, we know that it's either a speed tie or Rage's is faster. We see a knockoff immediately turn 1. Removes the eject pack, it's Life Orb Deoxys, and it gets T-Wave turn 1. Does start in the E-Speed though, so Metagross is going to pivot in, catches the E-Speed correctly. Now what? Do we see rocks go up? We see a knockoff on the Urshifu switch in, removes the AV. So that, shout out to Lax, by the way. That's the influence.
Yeah.
Wicked Blow does very little to Quillfish. No U-turn, interesting enough. Treads is booster speed, comes in right now. Can set up a hazard of his own.
Why is Mewtwo holding a spoon?
Yeah. Alright, now Petrant comes in to spin block Tusk, and this was a crazy turn. Destiny Bond into Headlong Rush, and the spinner is dead. Oh my god. So these rocks are here to stay. Really nice stuff. Now Palafin comes in to get the form off. And you have a Shaman to come in on Rotom Wash, no problem. But instead Deoxys comes in, and Fuiking dies to Hydro Pump. Whoa.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, I understand. You want to cover like the Volt Switch on like Shaman, because Shaman's kind of important. And you don't want to risk your treads.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you're risking a Parad Deoxys. Who cares? Like, there's a Quillfish as well. It's not exactly the biggest threat of all time.
Yeah.
But then Boom Burst Palafin comes in because it's locked into Hydro Pump.
Booyah.
Yeah. Booyah. Just like the Mox, so tough. The Rage Diff, actual chills. Palafin bring in the boom, person through the meta, get banished to Oopers. If you know the next line. I mean, cultured, what can I say? Alright, so Palafin gets a KO there into the Quillfish, but the Dio's already dead, so you don't mind that as Pi. Metagross comes in, treads in on Heavy Slam, only does 20%, threatening an Earthquake. You do have a Rotom, but you also have a Rock Sack, so may as well use that. Blocks the spin, importantly, so a Spike remains up. And then we reveal Scarf Rotom for real this time. Hydro Pump, and now Shaman comes in. We know it's locked into Hydro Pump. And this is Terra Ghost Shaman, so it does have coverage into the Metagross. See Metagross in on the Trailblaze. So Terra Ghost, Terra Blast might knock out the Metagross, and then what beats the Shaman?
Terra Ghost is crazy into a Quillfish, but yeah. I mean, it's special, right, with Earth Power?
Not only does the Metagross live on 3%, but watch this. Oh my god, he's dead!
Jesus Christ.
He's just dead. Holy. So now you're looking at this like Scarf Rotom Wash and Enamorous. They're both faster than these two. It's looking over. Slime season. He's gonna make playoffs. But you already know this is AV Palafin. Shout out to Lax Part 2. By the way, so much chat. So much chat in this.
Volt switch there. Actually, no, never mind, because the Earth Sphere would be fine.
Yeah, you can't Volt Switch. But AV Palafin, Boom Burst, but that's still out of Jet Punch range. Because this is 0 attack Palafin. We know this from the flip turn damage earlier. So what do you have to do here? You have to go hard or Shifu, live 2 discharges. There's 1. There's 2. You KO the Rotom. Alright, now it's Enam versus the world. It's Terra Stellar. So there's no like defensive Terra option. It's Urshifu and a
name, by the way.
A Palafin at 9%. And Urshifu at 11. Body sweating. Yeah.
Yeah, like...
Yeah, I get it. Show that Metagross Heavy Slam and a Shaman turned into #1 Shaman stan OG Alvina. He would not like to see that. There's so much chat because each turn took 3 minutes each. Yeah, they're playing with no timer. They thinking things through, I'm not gonna lie. So now we have Urshifu versus Enamorous. It took rocks, so it's probably Scarf. Or like maybe Specs, Banded, something with Terra Stellar.
I remember I was watching and I thought it was gonna sub here and win.
Yeah, that's possible. But regardless. Sucker Punch. Crits the Enamorous. Into guaranteed Jet Punch range. And that's gonna be it.
Season.
It was never slime season. Cinema. Now. Oh my god. This was a 77.73% chance to kill with Sucker and a Jet if Enam was 4 defense 0 HP, which is likely into Treads for the speed tie. Yes, yes. But you have to understand how it looks as a spectator. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Game of the season and it's not close. I agree. I agree. That's what we call main character plot armor. Hell yeah. Oh, it was so elite. Yeah, yeah. Crazy game.
I actually want to check the amount of GOAT reacts in this game because I think it's like a lot.
Oh yeah, so many. It's like 50 or something at this point. Anyways.
Yeah, it's like 45. Yeah.
That's gonna be DPL regular season. It's all over. And now we move into the playoffs. Now, I'm just going to do a really brief thing because I do have to leave like very soon. But, can I do this? Does that fix my dimensions? Good enough. Alright, so these are the matchups. We got Pardon the Eruption versus Trick of Eye. Because Pardon the Eruption was 1 seed, they get to choose their opponent, so they just pick the 4 seed. Turns out that system doesn't matter because it's just 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3 anyways. And then we have Zero Fox Given My Team up against Drafting Under the Influence, which is a rematch of a regular season tied series. So it's gonna be
Ours was
some
also
good games.
A tied series.
Yeah, yeah.
Week 1.
So that's gonna be awesome. We're gonna try our best, all that stuff. But yeah, I hope to see your team in the finals. That'll be good.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise.
And yeah, should be good. The ending of DPL is going to be pretty fire. But yeah, that's going to be it. Oh, the stupid VGC rules, right. You were telling me about that earlier. Let me put that on screen. Where'd you put it? My server, copy pastas. Do I have a thing to show this on my OBS? No, I do not. Here, let me, how do I show this on screen? Oh, I know. I'll go to my bars Google Doc and I'll paste it there.
Oh, nice.
Here we go. So here it is. Wait, what is this? The Toxic Chain, a legendary item crafted by the Pokemon known as Pecharunt. This chain found itself nestled between 3 Pokemon known as the Loyal Trio. Okidoki, Munkidori, and Pheasantivity. Adapting the poisonous attributes the chain provided, they became better than they once were. And in theory, you should improve as well. Every player starts with 18 Pokemon types, all the same, never different. Once you draft a Pokemon, one of those types becomes lost. Corrosion overtakes it, and Steel and Poison are not immune, by the way. These types slowly limit the kinds of Pokemon you can draft. For example, if you draft Tigaton and you corrode the Fairy typing, all Monotype Fairy Pokemon are not available to draft. However, you can still draft Dual-type Pokemon like Togekiss. These options, though, will force you to corrode that secondary typing. Once done, you should be left with 6 types left. Those 6 types are the only types your Pokemon will be able to terrestrialize in. You will also have 3 Terra Captains who can utilize these 6 types. And because of these 4 total divisions, playoffs work a bit differently. However, only in the finals, good luck, my Mochi Munchers. That's a real human being that said that.
I know, it's
and
stuff
that's a
like
great
this just
place.
makes me absolutely hate the internet, bro.
That's a great place to end the stream. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you all in Friday for pick'ems for these semifinals.